and welcome back to the Battle Spirit Saga Pro Tour. I'm Ryan Gomez, joined by Cosmic. It's day 2. We're down to the top 8 players who have already cemented their names in the history books for this incredible game. Still a lot to cover here today, though. By no means is this a settled field, and players are still eager to claim $25,000 and bragging rights going into the next year. So, after seeing some incredible displays yesterday, we've got a lot to unpack here today. We have an interesting, balanced sort of top 8. You could almost cut it in half with a knife, I would say. And to help us understand more what today's matches are going to look like, Cosmic has some wonderful insight to share. So, here in Portland, what is the theme and flavor of the day, my friend?
Yeah, there's a lot of hot wings is what it feels like, because we have a lot of red and a lot of yellow that's making up the top 8 cut today. So we're going to dive into some images really quick, just going over the overall bracket. And you can see here that we have exactly at the opposite ends for this, where it's going to have the red versus yellow kind of all the way down, right? So we did get to see most of these players on stream at some point, but looking at the breakdown, yellow versus the red green Gale, which had the Nova package in it. And then, oh my gosh, we have red Nova versus yellow Genbu again. Oh, then, oh wait, we have yellow Genbu versus red Nova. So yeah, as we had mentioned, and the last one, of course, being the same, this is going to be a very interesting top 8. And for those that have watched a lot of the seasons so far, usually there is a little bit more variety to it, both in kind of what matchups we can expect, how balanced they are between them. We did see a little bit of that heavy one way or the other in Atlanta. And yeah, red versus yellow is pretty rough. You got to see it yourself here, yesterday a bit. So how do you think the players are feeling looking at this bracket?
Man, if I'm on a yellow deck last night, I don't think I got a lot of sleep. I think I was up testing. I think I was scratching my head trying to figure out a path through this that actually gets me to the final table, because I am terrified that all the little Pentans and all my little yellow buddies are going to get stomped in this first round, and it's just going to be red, red, red all the way to the very end. So I don't know. Is there a path through this for the yellow decks?
A lot of Nexus and a lot of praying is what we're going to be seeing today. The yellow decks, if they can get that Nexus on board and really climb through the advantage that way, and if the red players don't see their Andromedas or their Burning Forces, and I think a couple had for all slash, either in the top 8 list or just outside the top 8. So there is a lot of Nexus removal to just kind of keep them honest, right? That's what red wants to do. They want to set up a complete board control like we saw a lot yesterday, having a lot of that reduction getting taken off the board from yellow. And then when you're paying 5 for a dual eagle where you don't get to draw for, or if you're trying to line up that Blessed Cathedral, then they just pop it. It really hurts. So getting into, again, the top 8 overall image, as we mentioned, really can't cut a knife through it here. It is straight for yellow Genbu here, making up into the half of top 8. And of course, I do have to give proper shout outs to the Team True Duelists, who have 3 of their teammates in top 8 that all have the same list. And then of course the other half of this, the other team with Pro Play Games having 2 of the red Nova in top 8. So we do see a little bit of the teams coming together here in top 8 of Portland. That's really exciting. But again, I think we're going to see the way the bracket's lined up, it could be Nova all the way through to the end.
Yeah, and having those teammates by your side is always great. But once you get to this final table, the gloves kind of come off, right? Everyone's still playing for themselves, and there is still a lot of prestige and money to be won here. And it's really, I don't know, a coin flip in a sense, because it could be yellow, could be red. Honestly, red seems to have the advantage, but the cool thing about this game is that anything can still happen. So I'm very curious to see how these first couple of games play out.
Yeah, I'm gonna knock on wood here for the caster curse to get avoided, but I do want to see some good back and forth games. That is my big hope here for top 8, because so many times, as someone who's lived through the yellow versus red matchup more times than I care to admit, and getting a little sick to my stomach thinking back about it. It's just Andromeda, Burning Force, the Burning Force to remove your board too, that knocks it out, and just having to play through that is very, very rough. And when you know that you're playing for, again, there we are, the 3,000 to top 8, which, hey, $3,000 in my pocket feels pretty good, right? But then if you just win that first round, you immediately get bumped up a significant amount, right? Top 4 and then top 2, and then of course 25,000. If you win the whole thing, right? Bragging rights aside, 25K is pretty nice.
You're having a great week.
There is a lot here on the line.
And in addition to that, we've got some extra special stuff going along with this, right? Those giant-sized cards. Second place is going to take home the Nova Dragon card that we've got, which is kind of appropriate because
Yeah.
I think it's going to go to a red player if I had to guess. And for anyone watching on the stream, we're going to have a keyword for you in just a little bit where you could still enter to win our Cthulhu Shark. So prizes abound for the players here today and for those watching at home. Not to mention the side events that we've got going on here in Portland. People who hung around after, completing yesterday, and they're still on the venue here today, so they're getting to play some draft, and we got some other little fun games going on here. So the mood is electric. I think this is going to be a great day of finals. We've got some interesting matchups, a lot of fun stuff to see here, and as we like to say, the cores decide our fate. So anything can still happen. It looks maybe lopsided. Red certainly has the right tools kind of right from the get-go to handle Yellow's strategy, but those Yellow players, man, they can be clever. They can get under and around you and gain life and do all sorts of stuff that can bend the game the way they want it to go too. So lots to still see.
Yep, and then going into the kind of top or the overall breakdown, I should say, we have a top cut look that, following up this, but I know a lot of people are curious, what did the meta look like for the Pro Tour here in Portland? And Fabled Beast was the most played deck, which, to be fair, I believe TD had 6 or 7, players themselves carrying that top number, but a lot of people, just really liked where Fabled Beast was positioned. But the one thing I do got to give a special shout out here to is that third on that list, it does say Purple Ramp, but that is actually the Smag deck. And I never would have guessed that Smag was the third most played deck here at the Pro Tour. And I was just like reading over it last night. I'm like, surely this can't be right. Surely we don't have 11 of these players, on the Smag pile, as it were. But the list is fun. I think there is a lot of, if you make the right tech choices, you can bring a lot of your matchups closer into that kind of, 50-50 range or 60-40, where some of these other matchups, like, as we saw last week in Atlanta, the whole white versus purple being very heavy towards the purple curse side. This weekend, we have yellow versus red, which is very heavy towards the red side. So, unfortunately, we can see there that it made the highest placement of 18th because, again, there was an X1 cut. For those that missed it, the cut going into this day was a very clean X1 just because of how many players we had. So it was a bloodbath to get to that top 8 cut. But anything on here that you wish you kind of would have seen, or anything that stands out kind of as an interesting point to you looking at the overall view?
Yeah, the fun one for me is Purple Serpents. I think that's a cool deck, and I know that it kind of showed up in Atlanta, and I was kind of hoping to get that one featured here on coverage yesterday, or to see it make it into day 2. It looks like it fell just a little shy there, but that's like a fun kind of mechanic and sort of tribal synergy there that was kind of hiding in the shadows for a little while and kind of had its heyday there. And I would have liked to see that one just a little bit higher, but I'm happy to see Yellow do as well as it did. Terrified for the Yellow players today, of course, but ultimately this game still has so much depth to it after just 3 sets, and we're still in the first year. And I like to think back to the Vegas launch event when it was just 4 colors in the game, and watching as the game has evolved over that time and seeing how each new set has added new strategies and brought things into power that previously couldn't exist, right? Fabled Beast for a while didn't have that critical mass of bodies that could just chain into each other off of the nexuses and stuff. And now that we've got the roster to fill all of your curve, you can make it to the final table of the Pro Tour doing something you couldn't have done 6 months ago. So it's really neat when the game is still, I guess, not quite in its infancy anymore, right? We're kind of getting our toddler steps in here, but the game grows, new strategies evolve, and after just 3 sets, we've got all 6 colors. We've got a variety of cool stuff you can do, whether it's dragons, serpents, gale, or anything like that. So I'm just really happy to be here and see how all these players are putting their brain to the challenge and coming up with these incredible decks.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun too. And as we saw in that previous one, we got to kind of continue the story of the white aggro player, Brian, who again picked up the game, I think just under a month ago now, if I remember when the timeline was, went 5-2 here at Pro Tour, ended up finishing 9th. We did see the white aggro. There was 3 other players besides him that came up, and there's still like that surprise factor of, if you pick a deck that you're very comfortable with and know what your matchups are going to look like, you can kind of push through and place very well here, very late into the Pro Tour round still. With again finishing ninth was great to see. And then here we have the top 8 archetypes. Again, Purple Ramp taking that smack point, and then Purple Serpent and Purple Control being more of the Soul Control variant. So we do get a little bit of a look at the data in terms of, one thing I think we've really been missing from Battle Spirit Saga, and I'm very happy to see here, there's some great work that gets done across the other Bandai games. So if you've seen this style of a meta breakdown, you probably know who's the man behind the curtain, as it were. But we have just the look at top 8 archetypes once again and seeing what those matchups look like across the board. Now, as someone who spent a lot of time in analytics, we do got to add the small disclaimer of, yes, if you look at some of these matchups, right, it is going to only be, 10 or 15 games between them. So, of course, take that with a grain of salt. But if you look at the overall win rate percentage, right, there are some very clear standouts, right? Fable Beast obviously doing well with 4 of them in the top 8 here. We do see Star Dragons and Red mid-range kind of, preying on the fact that Yellow was the most played deck, as well as being up there. And then, surprisingly, was the Purple Ramp or the Smag deck having a pretty good percentage of, maybe carried a little bit by the Purple Serpents there and having the kind of the higher ends against Purple. But, it looks like if you could dodge Yellow for the most part, which again was the most played deck in the field here, which was a rough, but there was a lot to be said about Purple Smag. So I really wish we had more time to see this archetype develop, as we saw it in Brisbane. So shout out to those guys who kind of brought it up originally. Of course, I played it in Atlanta, but it really is a deck that, you have 30 some odd cards that build the core of it. And then you kind of just do whatever you want for the rest of it. But you have to say, okay, am I going to play more yellow? Am I going to play more red? And then you have to build it out from there. So I'm curious to see if this one makes a callback to Worlds, in January. Make sure to join for Bandai Card Game Fest at the end of January, which is going to be a huge celebration of all their games. But a lot of meta to go yet, right? Yeah. And we've developed it quite a bit over the last couple events we've had here.
Yeah, definitely still plenty more to come from Portland. And I see people in chat are asking about entering that keyword here. So do you want to announce that officially on the stream for us, Koz?
Yes, I thought it was up already, but it is going to be !Nova for a nice callback to Nova doing very well at this event, and also Nova being one of the cards that you can get. We do have to add a special disclaimer here for the cards that are getting shipped out is, as we say, the cores decide our fate. Well, the mail system kind of decides your fate for this one. So fingers crossed that we're going to try to get it out to players, of course, in the best condition possible, but especially with holiday rush and all that good stuff. Fingers crossed that everything goes well with it in terms of getting to the players. So
it's also just very hard to find a sleeve big enough for these cards. I don't know if you appreciate how difficult that is, but anyway, we are getting set up here for our first match. What can we expect to see here? What goes through a player's mind sitting down day 2? You got all that money, aspirations of victory. How do you prepare yourself mentally for this type of challenge? You've seen it before, so what's that like?
Yeah, I think it's again, as you had mentioned, you're kind of up until 4 a.m. sweating, thinking about your matchup. I know that Zach ended up saying that he tested it quite a bit last night, and it just was not feeling great for him. But the thing that I really want to call out and appreciate with this top 8 is, for those at home, you might not realize just how absolutely stacked this is. So on one side of this, we have Zach Bell, who we know is our Grand Open champion, has top 8 a ton of events, consistently a higher performer in the world of Battle Spirit Saga. If you've been following the game for a while, you know who this is, right? You've definitely been following enough to see him do well in the events. And then on the other side of this, we have Andrew DeVal, which is the god of Dragon Ball, is what it feels like. For those that didn't know, he is back-to-back national champs for Dragon Ball Super. I guess I have to say Masters format now. Twice to Dragon Ball Super Worlds, and even decided, hey, I'm going to go play One Piece and win a over 500 player Treasure Cup. And now he's here in the Pro Tour top 8. This guy is just on fire and running all through the Bandai games and continues to do well no matter what he plays. So this is 2 Titans really coming together for our top 8 match right away.
Man, you love it. You love the stories behind the cards. I mean, everything happening on the table tells you one thing, but when you get to know the people behind it and everything it took for them to reach that table, games like this can really take on a whole different sense of drama, and it's really cool to be a part of this. Looks like the players are getting set up here, drawing their opening hands, and shaking off those morning cobwebs, getting ready to duel it out here. So, are you ready, Koz?
Yep, I am ready for the top 8 of Pro Tour Portland. Let's get into these games. As soon as we switch over. Looks like we are drawing up. They might be waiting for the timer to start, I guess. We might have jumped the gun on there a little bit. But also, I got to say, Zach just always has the most beautiful sleeves. I love this. The man's sleeve drip is immaculate, as it were. All right, so starting off with the Volcanic Canyon. Again, we saw this turn one play time and time again over the weekend, where you just really want to make sure you're setting up those Nexuses early and getting to see a Nexus from both players. So we're going to kind of do the dance of back. Was that a Burning Force off the top? Or no, Trident Dragon off. I was sweating there for a second with the Burning Force off the rip. But we do see a Trident Dragon enter the hand. And, of course, we are going to try to play this control element here in the opening turns and try to keep yellow honest, as it were.
Yeah, and that Canyon getting a peek at 2 cards every turn is going to help them find those Burning Forces and whatever else they're going to need in order to keep yellow in check. So definitely something to watch as this game plays out for these first few turns.
All right, and coming down with a Dino Man, just being that great 6K blocker that we love to see time and time again. Oh, discard the suppression I see there off the Volcanic Canyon trigger. So, knowing that our opponent is going to try to win this game off unblockable units, yeah, turns out suppression's not really doing a lot. So again, thinking back for those that maybe missed yesterday's matchup where we did get to see this a little bit, red is really just trying to take the control element, build out their reductions, and then we know that Andrew is specifically playing a Nova list and Trident Dragon, so you really want to find 3 reductions on board kind of as soon as you can, and that's going to unlock a lot of your turns where Zach is trying to say, okay, can I find my Nexus? Can I get enough card advantage before the Volcanic Canyon finds them their Burning Forces and all their key spirits that are going to make my life difficult with the Trident, with the Andromeda, with the Nova. Like, just so much board control is on Andrew's side that can make things a bit difficult.
Yeah, interesting tension there. It's almost like both players are racing, but for different things, and so they each have their own kind of pace that they want the game to move at, their own important key cards here that they're trying to desperately find in these first few turns. You really want to set yourself up for victory as early as possible.
So we do see the Flagellum come down, which has been the interesting choice for Fabled Beast list to include as of late. Some people have Michaela out of the sideboard as well, but Flagellum is just a really nice board wipe that you can line up against a lot of the red decks, to be fair, because with 2 Exhaust Nexus, you get that minus 10k BP, and that is often enough to clear it on their side. The downside of this is you need a lot of yellow reductions to be able to cast the double Exhaust Nexus plays while keeping Flagellum outside of that Volcanic break range. So you need a lot of core investment up to that point. So we're going to see if this Flagellum can get any kind of meaningful value off of the Luster triggers and getting the advantage that way. But we did see the Dream Bomb in Andrew's hand, which, as we know, is pretty much the best thing you can ask for from a disruption standpoint against Luster decks, because they lose that magic going back to hand.
Yeah.
I do like the double hippo. We see 2 hippos in Andrew's hand, which came up in George's matches yesterday in the top 8, and kind of sealed the deal for him to be in top 8 because he got that extra life gain out of it. So got to give a shout out to the hippo tech in the red Nova list.
I maintain that it's one of the better yellow cards. It's so good that you can put it in almost any deck, and you're always happy to draw it. And threatening to gain that extra point or 2 of life can really just shift things in your favor. So one of my favorite cards. I'm always glad to see it appear, even here at the final tables.
Yeah, we saw yesterday time and time again how just gaining 1 or 2 life is so good in this format in particular, that just buying you that extra turn is usually all some of these decks need to stabilize. But looks like we are doing the stare back and forth and try to figure out who wants to make the first move on how they want to play out their turns, and otherwise both decks just trying to streamline a board, getting multiple Nexus, multiple Spirits, just trying to build out those reductions where possible. One thing that we will also touch back on for those that are maybe joining us for the first top 8 or are unfamiliar with it, yes, these are still timed, so we have that 60 minutes for a best of 3. If we go to a game 3 and time is called, it is going to be who has the highest life at that point, then deck count, and then the cores come into consideration. I think I've only ever seen the cores matter once out of all of the games that I've heard about and or played myself, but it's usually life as very quickly to see how things line up. A second flagellum. I think Zach is just saying that. I know he had the exhaust nexus in hand, as we talked about, being a kind of a key piece here. We didn't get a good look at what else is in his hand. He might be just magic heavy, but not seeing the Fabled Beast side of it, not seeing the Phantasmal Paradise side of it, can hold him off from being able to get that card engine really going. So I see a Ruby Sanctuary double hippo. Yeah, I definitely think we can get rid of a hippo here. Ruby Sanctuary is really nice. A card in set 3 that I think did the most for red mid-range. It really feels like, other than Apollo Dinos, right?
Sure.
He surely takes the spotlight of it. But Ruby Sanctuary being that cheap reduction and drawing a surprising amount of cards yesterday that we got to see. I mean, it was something you play early, cost 1, gave you that extra pip online, and then again, a shocking amount of card draw that came out of it yesterday, and we probably will see that here again in top 8.
Yeah, it's interesting that neither player seems to really be applying pressure quite yet. I mean, red, we think, is probably the favorite here, but by no means is it a lock, and yellow can certainly make moves to protect itself and advance its own game plan, but sitting there with two spirits that want to play magic, but you still need that right opportunity to get in there and make it all happen, and we just haven't found that yet.
Yeah, I think a big consideration here for Zach, too, is knowing that it is open deck list and getting to see what our opponent is playing. You look through that list and you see those 2 Nova and you go, okay, well, I can't take the early aggressive lines either now, because if I just ramp you into Nova, and that's a very real threat that I have to deal with, it's very difficult for yellow to come back against that early Nova that can just clean up your board time and time again.
So with that in mind, does yellow have to wait and try to get a 1-turn knockout? You can't piecemeal this, right? You can't lower your opponent's life too gradually, because then you're just feeding them cores and giving them a chance to bounce back with Nova's healing. So how does yellow piece together a win here, if at all?
I definitely think the first half of that is just going to be the pure card advantage. I was just trying to see how many Nexus removal we have on Andrew's side, just keep ourselves honest. So we have 4 Burning Force, 2 Andromeda, and then, the 4 Meteor and 2 Seagworm. So you do have the considerable heal. So one of the difficult parts here is, no matter what, because we've already seen a slower start here, Andrew is going to be able to assemble us a part on his side where it's okay, take me down to 1. I'm going to Ice Shield at that. Now Nova, no matter what, is going to heal me back to full. So it's definitely difficult from Zach's side, where you just have to find a angle that you can snowball, which is going to admittedly heavily rely on those Nexus. And all we have so far is a Blessed Cathedral, and that's just not enough. It needs to be the Paradise side of it.
Right. Well, it looks like Zach is saying, I got to make something happen. Let's turn somebody sideways. Let's see how you feel about that.
Yeah, I can't see if we had some type of pump in his... Okay. So he still has the suppression here, just being able to bump his Dino Man to a 9K versus Flagellum's 8, I think is fine. We know that these Luster Spirits are pretty important because with that 8K, right, you can't Trident Dragon it, you can't Volcanic Break it. It becomes a pretty relevant sticky threat, in this matchup until the Nova comes down, right, and have that 10K PP effect. So now, because Zach is attacking, he does have the opportunity to use a Luster trick here, right? So if he uses a magic, it's going to go back to his hand at the end of this battle sequence, but we have to wait and see, how he wants to navigate it. Okay, so Exhaust Nexus, again, because of Flagellum's effect at level 2, looks like that is the soul core, the winner's soul core that's on there, no less. So that silver part might be a little bit hard to see, but we get the minus 3,000 from the Exhaust Nexus, and then Flagellum's level 2 gets an additional minus 2K because a 5 cost or higher magic was played. So it's a 5K swing off the Flagellum. Okay, and looks like we're just going to attack with the other Flagellum to take a point in. So I think we can see with, again, perfect caster vision here, we have Andrew with that hippo in hand, and again, finally looking like an opportunity where it's going to just heal him right back up to that 5. And I think that, again, that goes back to the, yes, we want to be the aggressor because we have to do the, hey, we have to close this game before Nova becomes relevant. And then you also have those hippos. So it's like, okay, well, now they can gain life that way, and I have to figure out how I'm going to navigate so much life gain out of a red deck. We saw yesterday, I think, was it 10 10 life.
Yeah, that's the record. Let's see if we can break that. If it's going to happen at all, it's going to be here at the final tables on the second day of the Pro Tour. But
yeah, and I mean, Nova's basically 10, right? Because you take that first 4, then heal back
well,
up to 5. So
yeah,
it's not as fancy as having 10 Tic
correct.
Tacs
It's
on the
right.
board, but
Yeah.
functionally, they're doing the same thing. So now Trident Dragon, being one of the key pieces for red mid-range that we've seen, it's going to have a 6,000 BP destruction effect when it attacks. Because he does have the Ruby Sanctuary, we're going to get 2 additional cores out of it from our graveyard and being able to knock out one of these flagellums. And again, 6K, this is now threatening hey, I have a volcanic break every single turn.
Yeah.
And that is also difficult for yellow to, kind of catch back up from. So here's now where we are acknowledging the Blessed Cathedral trigger because we are in combat. Zach is going to ramp 1 core. And now, we are saying, hey, if we have enough spirits, we can kind of force our opponent to think about what they want to do with this Blessed Cathedral by putting 3 cores on it, making our guys bigger and trying to draw cards that way. But it looks like Zach only has the Dual Eagle in hand, actually, for another spirit. It's kind of hard to see what's at the back of Zach's hand here, but it looks like a lot of magic to just really lean on that flagellum side. But again, knowing that Trident Dragon is going to be a lot bigger, we're really going to have to stream together a couple of those exhaust nexuses to remove it. And this is just kind of the value that red mid-range can put together, and what we've seen kind of time and time again over this season.
Yeah, red really does seem to have all the pieces to the puzzle, right? It's got efficient threats. It's got reliable answers. It can pivot really nicely, going from the mid game to the late game and close things up with powerful dragons. It does everything you want it to do. And you got to feel pretty good about your chances if you're Andrew sitting here watching Zach not really put you under much pressure.
Yep, so now the Dual Eagle is going to be online, which is going to be a 6K, which looks like he only has the 1 core on Blessed Cathedral, so we're just looking to get a ramp out of it on the following turn. Yeah, kind of a hard spot here, right? Like, you want to protect the flagellum because as long as it's 8K, he can't try and dragon it. Blessed Eagle, you want to keep at least 2 cores on it for the Blessed, so you can't move the extra cores that way to the Blessed Cathedral. So kind of just a core short of where we want to be with lining up that Blessed Cathedral to generate us a little bit of value on the following turn. 2, 3. Try to see what we have. 7 cores available on Andrew's side, it looks like. So that's allowing him to play any magic out of his deck realistically. And this is something that we've seen time and time again throughout this season with the Ancient Dragon, or Ancient Guardian, excuse me, Trident Dragon. I love these 4-word names that we have in Battle Spirits.
You'll get there.
Getting those cores back is just so strong off his effect, which, yep, here we go. We get to pay 5 for a Dream Bomb and set back 2 cards to Zach's hand when he was already kind of having that slower start to begin with.
Yeah.
This is definitely going to be very punishing. So we saw this yesterday happen quite a few times with these red mid-range decks where you'd have either like a Dream Bomb, or you'd have a turn where you're just able to Burning Force into Andro, into Confront, and suddenly now Zach is going to be behind 3 symbols here on his side of the board.
Dream Bomb, one of those incredible cards from the game's earliest days. I'm always amazed at how it shows up reliably in these tournaments. It's just such a great linchpin card. It does Swiss Army knife of answers. It gets rid of nexuses. It gets rid of threats. It ruins elephants standing back up. You could do so much cool stuff with a well-timed Dream Bomb, and sometimes there's nothing worse to see your opponent do to you.
Yeah, the Dream Bomb, I think, has been a real MVP all weekend long with just how versatile it's been. And, as you mentioned, stopping Elephant, stopping Luster, stopping Lethal that we saw with the white aggro turn, where he just had, that 1 card left in hand moment, and it was the Dream Bomb to stabilize. So we're going to see, continue to see Dream Bomb in this top 8 today. So Trident Dragon, of course, coming across, getting his effect. He got the 2 cores back because of the Ruby Sanctuary. Ruby Sanctuary at the level 2 is now getting to draw him a card. And again, this set 3 deck, effectively, that we're seeing again with Ruby and Trident Dragon, really showing its power in this matchup. So Ice Shield just to kind of force the Hippo to not get the life gain, to where now Zach can force a absolute Ice Shield with just any 2 attacks. But
Mhm.
as we're looking at Zach's hand, looks like we are light still on the spirits. I see a dual eagle, a flagellum in hand, but being a much higher cost. And this is kind of what we talked about at the start of this, right?
Yeah.
Red being very good at controlling your board, making sure you don't have a lot of reductions, that now you're in a spot where it's like, hey, I got to pay 5 for a dual eagle.
Right.
I don't want to pay 5 for a dual eagle.
How do I even sequence my way back into this game? Yeah.
And then Hippo himself being a 4K, which is a relevant body here too. So Zach trying to find a line that gives him a, defeat the Hippo, as it were, and then also try to crack an absolute ice shield. And we do see an ice shield in Zach's hand, so we do at least have an extra, buyback turn, it looked like, but we have to spend a turn kind of rebuilding.
And as is often the case, we're going to start that with the Nexus into Spirit.
And now Flagellum, getting to be that 8K body, but
right,
doesn't
but look
like
that's all the cores. Like, that's it. That's turn.
So again, good news is it's an 8K. It's above Trident Dragon, so he's not going to get the effect that way. We're still looking at a minimum of 2 spirits kind of battling back against us when we only have a single 8K blocker. And Trident Dragon, no matter what's going to be a 10K.
Right.
He could be 11K if he wants to with the Volcanic Canyon on his side, but just making it very difficult to find blocks here that matter. Yep, so it looks like we're going to have the Absolute Ice Shield and just immediately fires off the Dream Bomb to set back that Flagellum. And again, because Trident Dragon is getting back these extra cores every turn at the start of combat, it allows for these plays, which is, again, one of my favorite cards or probably my favorite archetype when I was doing the original reviews for this. The Apollo Dinos and Trident Dragon combination is just so strong and having so many answers against a wide meta that, outside of what feels like white control, a lot of times you just have answers for everything in the field. Oh, and that was another Trident Dragon, so we can really lean into this, hey, I'm going to get all my cores back, every turn part.
Right.
Oh, and there's a Nova as well. Oh, it's Star Blast and a Star Blast. Draw more cards.
Fill up our hand, get some more gas in the tank, keep the pressure on. Feeling pretty good about our position here.
Man, look how shiny that hand was. We got the SPR Trident Dragons. We have the Saga Rare Nova. I think that was an SPR Meteor Worm as well. Whew, so much playing. That's where the real glare is coming in on today. Whew, that is a hot hand.
I will admit, Battle Spirit Saga does have some gorgeous cards. I love how easy they are to collect. A lot of them. I'm fascinated always by this game and its art direction, and I got my foil shiny Pentans. You've seen them. I've got chasing those winter dual eagles and all that. I remember my first couple of store local events where I would win my tournament pack, and it would be Black Lance, and I would kind of shrug and hang my head in shame. But now I'm like, actually, these guys ended up being pretty good. Maybe that's what I should have been wishing for all along.
Yeah, Best Lance, as we love to call them in the community. That is a card we've seen quite a bit this weekend, too.
Yeah.
So I love the sequencing here as well, because getting those 2 cores back for Trident Dragon means that now Andrew has an ability to Flash Awaken, make the Meteor Worm big enough to where he gets his extra draw here as well. So there's actually a lot of pressure here with just these 3 spirits in terms of what they're going to enable for Andrew. We get a heal, we get a draw, we're going to pop your Ice Shield as well. I mean, that is just, threat after threat coming out of Andrew's hand, and we can see, because again, that wonderful caster vision, he has a Nova follow-up as well. So Andrew is sitting very pretty right now in this top 8 match. Okay, so it looks like a flash priority was passed by Zach to get the cores onto Meteor. He's going to gain the life, and now we're going to get the extra card draw that way. So again, that's what I love with this particular version of the red mid-range. Red already has so much draw, with Star Blast being kind of a big thing, and the games where you get +4 of it. Now we have Ruby Sanctuary, which is going to draw us more cards, and we have Meteor, which is going to draw us more cards as well. So you always find yourself of just being able to find ways you can get extra cards turn after turn in this list. And looking again at those flagellums that we've seen bounced time and time again, just Zach really not able to piece together kind of the lower end of it. We do see the Hex Knight, we see a Genbu, but again, when you have no reductions on board, you don't want to pay 7 for a Genbu and then just have it get eaten alive by the Trident Dragon. So you know, Zach being very methodical, trying to think about every out that he could definitely have in this massive uphill battle that he's looking at. But knowing what we know about what's in the hands, I mean, this is going to be a very, very good position for Andrew to be in. And that Nova is going to clean up kind of any board establishment that Zach can kind of hope to set up.
Yeah.
And again, going back up to 3 feels great. When my opponent has no board, you know, we've known that Zach has telegraphed to his opponent that he doesn't have any lower end spirits to kind of curve out those turns that he wants to do. So we know that Zach's gonna have a hard time putting together 1 or 2 more threats to kind of crack that ice shield. And then we know Andrew's just gonna heal anyways off the Nova. So going down to 1, it looks like. And again, this is the case of, it looked like there was a Genbu off the top. So not at all.
Help, no. Oh,
not at all what we want to see. That's, double Genbu. Oh, that's just a very heavy hand. So, you know, Zach taking the extra cord, knowing that he's going to have that dual eagle, which can swing through, heal him back up to 2, so he could still be in volcanic or outside of the ice shield here. So we'll see if he's able to heal up and get that ice shield back online, but it's just not there. All right, so we see the dual eagle come online. Going to get some extra cores on the cathedral, maybe in case he has a volcanic break. Again, would have been really nice to see the paradise come online, and that's where my train of thought was going. The paradise to boost the eagle to 7K just to make sure it can connect, but just not seeing the nexus that you want to see this game.
Right, so Zach is just kind of deploying whatever he's got available here, hoping something sticks. Spaghetti at the wall, in a sense. But yeah, it's got to start to feel hopeless. You know, that window is definitely closing for this first crucial game here.
Very much respect the going to 1 here that allows him to play the Hex Knight. So definitely counted out his cores perfectly for this turn. Because now, hopefully, the Blessed Eagle is going to connect, heal us back up to 2 for that Absolute Ice Shield range, as well as draw us a card off Arcana Knight Hex's ability. So this is kind of the board state where we want to see Zach climb back. This is really where you start to piece get the cards together, get those pieces flowing, where you get your card draw, you get your life healing. But again, that we know kind of what's in the hand of kind of what's looming in the shadows on this next turn for Andrew. A very loud roar is about to hit the table, as it were.
Yeah, Zach's thinking, okay, I can maybe turn the corner. I can draw some cards, get my life back. Yeah. And then Andrew's going to slam down another haymaker and say, actually, I'm still in charge here, buddy.
Yeah, it's nice that you're going to get to keep the flagellum, but, you know, once Nova comes online and starts pressuring that, hey, I'm going to have a 10K delete every turn is very rough. Yep, so taking a life, Zach is going to get the heal trigger for Blessed from the Dual Eagle, and then get to draw a card from Arcana Knight Hex, which was a nice shield. Good to see. Yeah, those are important here in this game.
Yeah, another one of those set 1 cards that made a name for itself and continues to sit high on the throne of awesome Battle Spirit Saga cards.
Looks like Zach just determining how many cards he wants to commit to this attack. You know, do we pop the ice shield? Do we keep 2 blockers back? Flagellum is nice because it's still an 8K body, which is very relevant in making sure that it doesn't get destroyed by the ancient trident dragons on attack effect. But you have to be considering that they are still 3 wide, which is very scary in this setup. And we are 25 minutes in too, so I think that with respect to how much time is left and how long this match has gone at this point already, we would hope to see 3 games, but it really comes down to, I think this Nova is going to be coming down very fast on the next turn, and then we might see just a scoop go to game 2 at that point, because again, with the Nova heal on top of the 10K BP deletion, it's going to be really hard for the yellow deck to come back and establish, again, knowing that a lot of the Gembus are in hand from Zach's side.
Yeah, you're better off taking the clean slate going into the next game.
Yep, so there's the ice shield. We're just going to shortcut and say, hey, I'm going to pay it off, dragon or something, and just go into our turn accordingly.
Right.
So,
in the interest of watching that clock, let's just move it along here.
You just point and say, hey, I'm going to pay it off this. We good? Yes? Okay, let me go to my draw. Don't want to have to move these extra cores around and do a little dance with them if I don't have to. So we are going to see the Dino Man getting discarded because we don't need the extra spirits. And then we're going to just, I imagine, see that super fast Nova just to clear up 2 things on the board. But we will see how he wants to navigate it. There's an Ice Shield coming back down. Yeah, what is it? Double, gosh, double Trident Dragon Nova. Man, we got all the dragons. Dragon the deck. Yep. And then as I mentioned, the Seaworm is going to come down, pay for the Soul Core, because again, we want to ascend with it to get the life healing effect. And because we had a Seaworm in its name with Meteor, we get the heal.
A lot of value in one rectangle of cardboard.
Yep, and what's impressive here for like how long the game has gone on, like what we see time and time again with Nova is that, you know, it's kind of your only spirit that you have left usually, or you're very light on your cores. And now here, he's going to be able to get 2 more cores back for the Trident Dragon. So that's also going to be level 3. We have the Ruby Sanctuary that's online that's also going to draw cards. So this is very scary in terms of, you know, so we're just doing some BP math here. It's 8, 6, and 4, if I'm not mistaken. So we have the option to just, you know, kill the Flagellum, then attack with the Trident Dragon, pop off something else, and we're going to have 2 cards drawn this way off of Andrew's side.
Jeez.
And then, of course, we got to figure out, you know, how do we want to block this? How do we want to attack this where, you know, we're getting the Blessed Cathedrals across the board, but we're not drawing off of it, so we're still losing these cards.
Right. So if you're Zachary Bell and you're sitting there and this just happened to you, how many turns do you endure fighting this dragon before you think, I'm going to reach for my my ripcord here and I'm just going to jump and we'll take it to game 2? Do you play it out and hope to climb back from this, or is it better to spend the time in the next match after sideboarding?
I think, you know, with the 5 cards in hand at this point, staring down the Trident Dragon, I think you just go next. I think there's, you know, the very slim to nothing that you have that's going to dig you out of this spot. Knowing that, I think we can pull up the list really quick. I don't think game 1 he had anything other than just burning through it. So let me double check. They all played Dream Bomb in the sideboard, if I'm not mistaken, right? Yes, there are 0 copies of Dream Bomb main deck. So this Nova is here to party. He's here to stay. So we could find a Flagellum turn where it's like Flagellum and Exhaust Nexus, but because we burned a Flagellum, because we've burned through some Exhaust Nexus, like it's very likely that as long as Andrew can untap this turn and keep Nova big enough, it's over.
Yeah.
The Nova will be too big to deal with at this point. So to answer your question, 1 turn. That's it.
Okay.
1 turn.
That's all you have to say.
We'll see what we draw and then kind of go from there. But again, we haven't got to look at Zach's hand outside of like the 2 Genbu. And, you know, I think that was like the higher costed side of it. You know, Genbu is going to make Dual Eagle unblockable. Genbu is a 10k, so Nova can only kill Genbu then, which, hey, you kill Genbu on site every time anyways. And then I guess you just core up Cathedral to get a card draw out of it. So we have Dual Eagle that is going to connect for Blessed. We're going to heal. Hex Knight is going to draw us the card. And then on the next turn, assuming that Andrew doesn't have a Nexus removal, when Andrew attacks with the Nova, we're going to draw another card and ramp off the Cathedral. So we're going to see how that goes. But again, I think we're just chipping through the hand. And I don't know if we saw any removal in Andrew's hand for the Nexus removal. He is playing 6, but I don't think we saw an Andromeda or a Burning Force, to be fair. So as I mentioned, we get the Bless trigger, we get the heal, we get the draw off the Arcanum Knight Hex. Genbu makes it unblockable. And just kind of doing the math on what else is attacking here. So 10k Genbu versus 10k Trident Dragon, or I guess I need to triple check that Genbu is a 10k. With this attack, you're probably just looking to trade. Yep, 10k for 4 cores. You know, they're going to get their hippo off of it and then find a way that says, hey, you know, if you decide to block with your Trident Dragon, I'm going to draw a card and ramp. So definitely just take the hippo chump here, as it were, and then, you know, see if this Hex Knight, which is only a 6k, is just kind of hanging out by itself. You know, it's not able to break through this board. So again, I do like this. You know, we get the 1 turn of Genbu is going to die, draw ramp 1. Hex Knight's going to die, draw ramp 1, and then it's kind of it. You know, from that point, we know there's another Genbu, so we're going to have the cores to pay it because we've just ramped so much off the Cathedral. But I guess just kind of burning through this and to see where it comes out to is going to be an interesting one. Looks like we're just doing the math, seeing if there's anything else that we want to tack through, but looks like just ultimately a pass. All right, beam rifle into another. Okay, oops, all Trident Dragons is our turn. It looks like so. You know, we're able to kind of play those out if we really wanted to. We have multiple Trident Dragons that can happen with Ruby. You get the individual triggers, get a bunch of cores back, but I think we're here looking at a lockup here between the Nova and the Trident Dragon. Going to be very quickly closing things out.
Quickly, but perhaps not quick enough. As people in chat are kind of pointing out, maybe Zach has sort of a strategy in drawing this game as long as possible, so that game 2, if he can win that one quickly, and if this goes into a game 3 tiebreaker set by life, the blessed deck in theory has a better chance winning that way.
Yeah, so I think I don't know if they do like a 30-minute warning at the table or things of that nature, right? They're in the room behind us, so it's all closed off to us. But
right.
Definitely on Andrew's side, you know, if we're at 30 minutes in game 1, I'm thinking it's kind of hard because it's like I don't see any world where Andrew loses from this point either. Like we're gonna continue to get card draw. Like if Andrew didn't have the Ruby Sanctuary, I'd be a little bit more worried, right? Because it's like, hey, you draw a card, I draw a card. Okay, well now I'm going to draw 2 cards a turn, I guess now instead of the Cathedral. So we are just burning through these matchups where, especially next turn with this Ruby Sanctuary coming online, it's like, hey, I'm going to draw a bunch of cards too. So your Blessed Cathedral is not as scary, and I'm going to draw into one of my 6 Nexus removals and completely lock you out of this game.
Right. But Zach's going to make him earn it every step here.
Yeah, and again, I know we talked about Andrew. Many people know that Zach being a Grand Open champion, a lot of history is known from his side of Battle Spirit Saga. But Andrew, again, coming to this event today as a back-to-back Dragon Ball Super Nats winner, twice to Worlds. And, you know, this guy, he knows his card games. He knows time procedures. He knows that he has to play at an appropriate pace to close out the game. So he is not shy at all to navigating this matchup and making sure that it's going in a reasonable time. It looks like some back and forth communication, just making sure like, hey, I want to flip this Ice Shield, which again makes sense. But wow, now that he got to draw 2 more cards and seeing that Ruby Sanctuary come online is going to be really scary because now Andrew can again just play out as much as he wants. Getting 4 or 8 cores back is going to be quite a pickup. So Andrew arguably needs more cards so he can just spend more cores to get them all back at this point too. All right, there's the Ice Shield. There's the Flagellum. Looks like we have 1 Exhaust Nexus. Okay, Hex Knight. We ramp these cores, so we finally have stuff like, hey, we can do all these things with our hands. Oh, he does have the double Exhaust Nexus. Okay, that is actually huge. So does he have another 5-cost spell, right? I guess that's a question. I saw double Exhaust Nexus, which only is going to kill the Trident Dragons, but Nova still lives with 2 more, and he needs a 5-cost spell to get that last 2k BP reduction. Did Zach draw into that last 5-cost spell he needed? And again, knowing what we know with our perfect caster vision and getting to see the Ruby Sanctuary into double Trident Dragons, this is certainly not even that big of a deal for Andrew to lose the board state from this side, but it really comes down to, does Zach have an answer for that Nova? He has a suppression. So I guess you know, the thing that I'd be doing here is counting how many Exhaust Nexus that we've gone through. What other options do we have? Because again, it is open deck list. Because you want to like suppression the Nova and then Ice Shield to keep it. But he just has to Ice Shield here anyways to make sure that the Exhaust Nexus can't be used again on the next Spirit's attack.
Right.
All right, double draw off the Volcanic. There's the Dream Bomb too. All right, well that That is going to stop any flagellum shenanigans, you know, besides the Nova killing it.
If there was a window, somebody just slammed it shut.
So as we've seen, like the Ruby Sanctuary is going to get back a ton of cores. The Trident Dragon, which is surely going to come down, is going to give us a lot of core ramp back that way. Zach has done a great job of kind of gumming up the board here and making sure he's getting more value off the Blessed Cathedral, but Nova is going to do a lot of work, it turns out. Yeah, I guess we can, well, really quickly, we can look at Zach's deck list again just to see what other options, because he had the Floodstream, right? So it would have been, yep, it had to have been double Exhaust Nexus into Floodstream for 0 because it is up to, and that would have gotten the extra -2K for the Nova. So there was a string of plays there that would have gotten the Nova off the board, but that Nova sticking is going to be a real problem.
Yeah.
Well, now you get to sit here and do the super fun core math because you know, Trident Dragon is going to say, hey, if you play both of us, you're getting back infinite cores plus Awaken to do whatever you want with it. Because, you know, Zach can't stop that. And then you automatically set yourself up no matter what to have enough cores for Dream Bomb to interrupt the Flagellum if should Zach see another one. So the important part here is it looks like no Ice Shield from Andrew's side. So you have to think about how you're going to navigate this matchup without having the defenses kind of on board. So we saw two, what do we have here? Eagles help you go wide. We have the double ramp back here for the Trident. We're going to draw 2 cards into, oh gosh, 2 more Ruby Sanctuaries. Wow, Andrew just hitting 0 interaction is crazy off of these draws. Between the Volcanic Break to start the turn on top of the Ruby Sanctuaries here. So Zach having to decide if he's going to block it to, you know, get a card himself or sacrifice the last Ice Shield while Andrew is staring down another draw 2 here. You know, we did have a chance to catch Zach before this match, and he was very worried about it. But at the end of the day, it's like, hey, this is just variance, right? We talked about hitting these draws and how much draw power Red ultimately has, but it could just come down to going wide here and closing it out that way.
That was a big part of yesterday's theme. Make them have it. You know, your opponent is certainly one of the best in the game. That's why they're in the Pro Tour, but everyone's deck doesn't always want to cooperate. We saw Alex Blandon struggle to find his win con at the bottom of his deck yesterday. We've seen all sorts of crazy shuffles happen here.
Or I think it's Dream Bomb. Was that Suppression then instead, actually, which without the Soul Core is not doing a lot for us. Still a 3K boost if that matters, but let's see what's in Andrew's hand here if he shuffles through. Okay, no, there is a Dream Bomb. Okay, there was 2 white cards there. So we do have a... Oh, he has a Thorn Prison. Okay, there we go. I was like, I feel like there was something else in this hand that I'm missing. Okay, so we have the Dream Bomb. We have the Thorn Prison. We are sitting very pretty with all these cores. I was heartbroken to see if it was just going to be the Ice Shield after all these draws and just not have a point of interaction. But he kind of just tucked away that Thorn Prison. He's like, you know what? I'm going to say this for a special event later and see where it takes us. So once again, here at the start of the turn, at the start of the attack, Genbu is going to make Dual Eagle unblockable. And then what's really important here too is that with Genbu's level 2 effect, if a Fable Beast dies, he gets to restand that Dual Eagle. So we do see a little bit of a back and forth here, but that Thorn Prison is going to be absolutely huge here. Which is interesting to note too, you know, we can have other spells that we want to play out of our hand. We can use the Awaken ability to suck the cores off the Trident Dragon if we really want to make sure he's lower to negate the restand that way. Andrew has a lot of options here that he has access to just with, you know, what's on board and knowing that other Dream Bomb is in hand.
Yeah, and Zach just kind of had the wind taken out of his sails with that Thorn Prison, tapping down or exhausting 2 of his spirits. Leaves him in an awkward spot now. He doesn't really have an offense or a defense anymore.
Yep, getting to draw off of the Dual Eagle Hex Knight here, again, because it was unblockable. Here, if we choose a block, he is going to get the card draw off of the Blessed Cathedral, and then also get to restand Dual Eagle for another heal and another draw. So, again, the yellow being able to string together a lot of draws here is really important, and we want to see how much of the life total that we want to protect here from Andrew's side. And he said, no more. We're going to use the Dream Bomb here.
Get that bird back in its nest.
And, you know, Ruby Sanctuary is expensive to get all those extra draws here, but we saw two. So get a draw, still late on spells, it turns out. So Dino Man not being a good blocker, or I guess it is a blocker, but Ruby Sanctuaries, you know, you don't need that many more of them because they cost 3 to get that draw effect. So we are definitely going to see a Nova knock out a Genbu because that's kind of the key threat, you know, that we've established here. But it's going to come down to, you know, really shocking here that Andrew has not seen a Nexus removal, you know, in this game at all. I think that's really needs to be stated of how much we have dug through this deck, and that Blessed Cathedral has just been there the whole time.
Right.
And we talked about this at the start of the round. 40 minutes ago,
I know,
no less.
and
40 minutes ago, we talked about this.
It feels like it, and we saw him play back-to-back Star Blessed draws even, and he's definitely put cards in hand, but they're just not cooperating.
Yep, and Yellow, as we mentioned, just wants to stick that Cathedral and say, hey, if I get to let this ride, that's pretty good for me. And that's exactly what has kind of happened here, where we get to see that Blessed Cathedral draw infinite cards, it feels like, at this time. But here we're going to kill the Genbu, get to draw a card. Did not even get to see what the card drawn was. And just kind of pressure a, hey, do you have it sort of thing. So there's the draw. Was an Ice Shield off the top? I don't think so. I don't think that. I know we know that Zach has the double exhaust Nexus, which is only going to give 6K because, again, Flagellum, if he had it, would only work on the attack step.
Right.
So as long as Andrew, with that Eagle going to 7K, right, as long as he stays above that threshold, you know that you can beat the double exhaust Nexus that he has in hand. Okay, so we do see a Floodstream, so we do have some form of interaction here. It looks like we were saying, hey, this attack is still resolving. But again, we can't look to see what else is in Zach's hand to see if there's anything else that can kind of stave off this attack sequence. Okay, so damage. Yep, we... Oh, and just a pass even. Okay, makes sense. We know that we have the suppression, which isn't doing us a lot of favors. And it looks like Andrew just kind of counting his deck like, look, I just need an Ice Shield so I can be aggressive with these attacks, get my extra draw, and sequence it that way. But we're going to see what Zach pulls together. You know, how many spirits did he ultimately draw from those Blessed Cathedral triggers?
Well, we've got
another Hex Knight. Okay.
2 so far.
Again, all the cores in the world now.
I
thanks
know.
to
We're
the
going to
Blessed
need to
Cathedral.
open some more Tic Tacs, I think.
So another Floodstream is not going to do it here. I think that was the only magic in his hand, but he has a lot of spirits, and he might just be able to go wide enough here. We know that we burned the Thorn Prison. We know that we burned the Dream Bomb. I think it is just go wide and pray.
And another spirit in hand.
Yeah, this is, you know, we kind of drew it up this way that, you know, what was the sequencing for Yellow, and that Blessed Cathedral really showing its value of Andrew just not seeing any of his 6 Nexus removal in the top half. He's got to have gone through more than half of his deck at this point. I think Zach is just trying to figure out if he needs to play the extra spirit, but I think we're at that point where it is go time, and just turning these things sideways and seeing what we can draw out of it too.
Yeah, I think you've got to try and wrap this up as quick as possible, right? Giving Andrew any more chance to find
how many cards. Oh, a Burning Force, actually.
A Burning Force.
Because I think he kept, what does he have? So Burning Force is only hitting 1, it looks like. So 1 plus 2 blocks plus 3 is exactly enough. Yeah, I mean, hey, this is the power of Plus Cathedral just getting you a ton of extra cores. The Burning Force is not going to be enough. It kills the 1 Carbuncle, and then that's it. So we're going to see how the sequencing goes here from both players. But you know, we have the Floodstreams on one side of it. That's not going to be doing too much. Andrew does have a grip, and you know, any sensible player would think that Andrew has more action going on there in terms of what is available to him. You know, we saw the Thorn Prison, and I'm just going to have a quick look at the list again. It's 2 Thorn Prisons, you know, the Dream Bombs that we've seen, the Burning Forces, and that's kind of it. The Floodstreams are in the sideboard, and there is 4 of them, but we just have not seen, again, any of those 6 Nexus removal, which kind of allowed the game to spiral out this turn.
And to think, 2 Red Bulls ago, we were talking about Zach Bell maybe considering throwing in the towel after seeing that Nova come down, and he said, "No, I'm not calling it quits. I know my deck. I earned this seat. I'm in the top 8, and I might be the underdog, but I got a lot of bite left in me."
Yep. Getting some more card draw here. Yeah, 4 on board. And yeah, just getting the double, threatening the double draw here off of the double Hex Knight is also just crazy. Getting the all the and we talked about this time and time again, but it's just all the cores, all the draws that we've seen from the yellow side, and that's how they can kind of run away with this.
And for people watching the stream, yes, I did just measure time in the
Yep.
number of Red Bulls we've consumed. It's a joke.
God,
I'm trying to keep it interesting.
I mean, that was like what 15 cards left in deck, I think, at this point. Like
Yeah.
we just saw Andrew kind of flip it up, and 1 Burning Force,
There.
which came way too late, and then 2 Andromeda. So there was, 5, what was that, 6 removal, Nexus removal in the bottom 15 cards, and he literally just needed to draw 1 at any point in this game.
Incredible. Incredible. An excellent reminder to never give up, never surrender.
You can do it.
You
Never
can
give
do
up.
it. Believe in yourself. Believe in the heart of the cards, whatever you want to say.
And to Zach's credit, before this match, he was giving me a hard time and said, "Hey, I have a 100% win rate on stream. Don't ruin this for me." And as Keith had mentioned kind of off camera, it's like, well, he was thinking about it the wrong way. Because you have a 100% win rate on stream, you have to go on stream for this match.
Yeah.
This is the one you need to fight for.
You want to cash in on that. Yeah. All right. But now we face a new problem. Time is now very short. You've got to sideboard. I don't even know what you do to improve your chances here.
Yeah, it's I think it's very rough at this point, right? We know that the Nova deck wants more time to set up. We know that we have the flood. Like Andrew's sideboard is crazy for this matchup. Like it, red should be heavily favored, and it just swings so much heavier somehow. Like 95-5 is what it feels like. We have the flood streams, we have curse combos, we have all the removal, Nexus removal, as it were. So the problem that we're going to see though is because Zach won game 1 and because the Nova deck is slower, we're not going to get to a game 3. If we even get to a game 3, Zach is still going to be favored as the blast deck, as the aggressor, and as the someone that's going to be leading up. So what a heartbreak in game 1 of just, knowing what Andrew needed to win that game and just seeing 6 of those answers in the bottom 15 cards of the deck is just unbelievable bad breaks. And again, Zach and I talked offline kind of going into this, and it's just, hey, that's variance in card games sometimes, and that's just the breaks.
You do what you can to mitigate it, but at the end of the day, we are all subject to the whims of Lady Luck, and even the best players in the world get a raw deal sometimes. It's just how you handle it, how you put that behind you, and focus on what you can still do to turn things around. And that's what separates, the average player from the great. I mean, we all have off days, times when the cards don't cooperate, but the best will find a way to overcome the odds and earn their seat here at the Pro Tour.
Yep. And again, this is playing for a good chunk of change. It turns out, again, players making top 8 got the 3,000 to their name already as well, and then it just jumps up from there, going up to the 6,500, I believe it is, then 10,000, and then $25,000 for first place. So as a good reminder, while we are between games right now, the keyword for this round, if you haven't entered it already, is !Nova. Make sure you enter your chance for the giant Cthulhu shark that I swear it moved closer today. It's slowly just creeping up on me. So definitely save me, if you will. Somebody take this card by the end of the match. So definitely !Nova, and we will have another keyword in the semi and then finals for players to enter, or summoners to enter, I should say, to get one of these giant cards. But yeah, we'll have a kind of an updated time here as on the round, as it were. So, oh, I am
there it is.
I'm gonna duck under it because it's slowly
you're right
coming at me here in the back corner. So yeah, this guy right here is the top part of it, kind of sneaking closer.
He's just trying to give you a haircut with his jaws there, just coming right for the scalp.
So we talked about the sideboard for the Nova deck, right? 4x Floodstream seems pretty good. From Zach's side, we have Beldegor, Ryut, Michaela, Starblast Draw, Dream Bomb, and Floodstream. And we do know that there's actually a good amount of when summoned effects, with the Andromeda, with the Nova, and that's kind of like the big turning point for, hey, you can Nova my board, but I'm going to draw 4 cards off of it. And then Nova just being able to be removed by the Dream Bomb, knowing that they have to ascend over another 6. So I definitely think those are 2 key pieces, but nothing else really jumping out at me for the sideboard. But how do you think about the sideboard options for Zach here?
I mean, I feel like Ryut's in there to answer Nova specifically. You only got 1 copy of it, though. Like, is that not why he's in this sideboard for this matchup?
He's in the sideboard for a lot of the white control decks, right? Just to save your guys so they can't be bounced. It is very good tech for Flagellum, though, to make sure your Flagellum does not get interrupted by a Dream Bomb.
Okay, which we have seen.
Is important, too.
So,
yeah, I do like the Ryut and the Michaela sideboard for the, hey, I'm a pseudo luster deck now.
Yeah,
that really gets to shine. But yeah, not a lot of tools here otherwise that we're really going to see. Kind of, just more card draw, more bounce and remove. Get Nova out of here while we can to kind of take the spot, as it were.
I mean, I'm a sucker for bringing a dragon of my own to a dragon fight. I think I want Ryut on my side, but
it's just a beautiful SPR as well. I love all yellow SPRs. Not so many playable yellow SPRs, as it were, but the ones that are just beautiful. So it looks like players are deciding mulligans here. Oh, he did. There it is. There, you got me. There's the Ryut. It's there. So Zach making me a believer once more in the SPR Ryut plan here.
See, I'm basically in the top 8 myself with that call. I could do this.
All right, so we are off to the races. We are going to see a Dino Man come down for, again, that 6K blocker that we love to see.
Yeah, but inside of 10 minutes to go here. And it's hard for us to know what else is happening in that room. Again, we're out in sort of a hallway. We don't really have eyes in there, but we're going to try to get some information, see how the other games are going.
Yeah, we're going to talk to the man behind the booth, man behind the counter, to see how the other matches are going for you. As soon as we get an update, we'll definitely do it. But we will look at those when we have the proper results for them.
Yeah.
All right, so a couple spirits coming down on both sides here. And the good old Volcanic Canyon into Ruby Sanctuary, because it's 1 cost reduction, just getting to curve out those plays. So the red player setting up very nicely here with getting those reductions, getting a nice big hefty blocker. But again, knowing that there are 7 minutes left in the round, we really have to find the aggressive lines here to carve a path to victory.
Right. Meanwhile, Zachary Bell sort of incentivized to draw this out as long as possible.
Yeah, I mean, there is really no point for Zach to rush through any play. Count the cores, see what kind of plays are available to him.
Yeah.
Take it slow. Give us our own 6K blocker. That's fine too. But again, with 6 minutes left, it's got to be, you just core starve out red as much as you can here, so they don't get the Nova to kind of streamline it with, and then they are stuck just behind, sitting on a one Trident Dragon going to the trash. But spoiler, here's his friend.
Yep.
Which is going to set up very nicely for next turn. So again, we're going to, Andrew is just trying to put the pedal to the metal here. And, that early Trident Dragon could actually be a big deal on this next turn. Like, that is going to carry a lot of weight behind it at eating through Zach's board and maybe find those aggressive openers that we were talking about. But even then, as we're talking about, going into a game 3, who's going to be favored and what does that look like? I mean, it's still Zach. It still has to be the yellow deck in this situation.
Yeah. It looks like he's got that classic Eagle Arcana Knight Hex combo. Always feels great. Gain life, draw cards. Exactly what you want to do.
Yeah, I feel like you just, trade the Dino Man, but I have to imagine Zach has something in his hand, or he just just decides to trade the Eagle for a core, it turns out. Interesting choice here with just the pass going into, hey, that Hex Knight is looking quite delicious with this Trident Dragon effect here. So we have the Ice Shield as well to buy us a turn. We have the Nova. So there's actually some very powerful plays that we can expect here from Andrew's side. We have the double heart as well.
Yeah. And he wants that explosive start to get this moving in his direction. Burning Force going to take out the Nexus, which we saw first game. It's kind of a long time coming in a sense. That Nexus has had a target on its head for 50 minutes now.
Yep, and just shortcutting here by putting the 2 cores immediately on the Trident Dragon, eating out Zach's board to get that Hex Knight, getting destroyed by a Trident Dragon, and then the Blessed Cathedral also getting hit by a Burning Force. So that Trident Dragon's eating real good right now. He's been a star in this matchup for sure.
Yeah.
So now again, it comes down to and again, this is unfortunate because knowing Zach's hand and knowing Andrew's hand, I mean, this is again now very favored towards Andrew if we had unlimited time. Oh no, okay, top deck the Paradise. That's actually pretty nice. So that's gonna give more card draw. Still gonna give the advantage here to Andrew, kind of long term, considering what's in this. I don't think he had a Fable Beast though, other than Ryu, which Ryu you don't want to play this early. All right, there is the Ryu anyways. Tap it, draw a card, get our engine going.
Ryu, one of those tricky ones because it looks like a dragon, but he's a fabled beast.
A fabled dragon is what it was.
A beastly fabled dragon.
Yeah, so we are again just kind of burning through the clock to seeing if the red deck is going to be able to find a turn where it's aggressive enough into that double heart to close out a game. And because of Trident Dragons, like it's really important to note from an aggression standpoint, the Trident Dragon is going to give you those cores back that you're going to need to cast the double heart, as well as have the Awaken to move around that soul core to make sure you have that ability to find a spirit that's going to connect with the double heart. So keeping Trident Dragon at 3 cores just to make sure it gets them back off of the Sanctuary. And we are just kind of going all out pressure here to make sure we're getting the triggers here. Trident Dragon with 2 explosive turns, kind of being aggressive, making sure that we're attacking through. And again, having the cores now on defense as well available to us if we want to play something.
Yeah, but the pressure from that clock is still mounting. We're getting down to just 2 minutes.
Oh no, the exact play I just said is going to come up, isn't it? Oh no. We're going to go into like a 1-minute game 3. Zach went down to 2 life. Does he have a Blessed in hand to go to 3? I don't think he does.
I don't see one there.
Oh, this is about to be heartbreaking. with the double Awaken on board, with the Trident Dragon, as well as removing threats, you're going to be able to get all the cores back with the Ruby Sanctuary and have plenty of cores available for that double heart, which is going to win the game on the spot. Oh, but he has. Oh, okay, sorry, I missed the Flagellum. He does actually have something bigger than 8K. It looks, or bigger than the 6K explosion, as it turns out. Nope, that's still going to set us up in a board position where the Trident Dragon is going to remove 1 blocker, move over the cores, and go through it. Yeah, Andrew, you can see Andrew's body language now, like, hey, hurry up and let's make these plays.
Yeah. I'm sitting on a W here. Can you move this along?
Yeah. Yep, just playing out the bodies, which are all going to get eaten alive by the Trident Dragons. And he has the double heart, has the Thorn Prison.
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, yep, here comes the Thorn Prison, which is going to tap down his board, get the turn sequence where he's going to have the double. So I don't actually, gosh, I don't actually know what happens because we're going to be in time. Oh no, because the game ends immediately on that turn, right? So we have to pass to Andrew super quickly or Zach just wins because of the game rules ending in turn 2. All right, pass, double heart game. Yeah, like he's going through it super fast. He knows what his line is. It just has to be slamming that double heart across the board with 17 seconds left here. Double heart, slam down the double heart. He doesn't have the answer for it. And it's 10 seconds left in game 2. We are going to see double heart coming across for a win for Andrew. Is that last card Dream Bomb? I don't think it is. That's game. The player action does go to him, and he has it. No, that's not. That is double heart for the win. A buzzer beater here in top 8 for the win. Now, I hope there's the judge call on this, because this is 100% a win for Andrew's board, getting the double heart. And I honestly don't know, is that just immediately turns then in game 3? All right, so no matter what, I have to give huge respects to Andrew here for finding that line of knowing exactly, look, I need to have the Awaken so I can move this Soul Core around as I need it, though the Trident Dragon is going to give me back my cores needed for this, in finding that exact line that he wanted to close out that game as a buzzer beater. And again, this is unfortunate, because now we are going to go into a game 3. It's going to be immediately in turns. And, you know, this is the most heartbreaking way to see a top 8 decided. But hey, I do got to give credit. Seeing a double heart, super sick there. And all Zach had to do was to stay at 3 life, and I think he still wins there from it, because he had the extra, or no, because the Trident Dragon would have killed it anyways. Never mind. Going to down 2 life, I don't think actually would have mattered there at the end. So again, for those at home who might not know, there is a slight delay in the timer that is on our side for what we can see from the caster table versus the timer that the judges have at that table. Of course, there can be some extensions that happen, or if there's like a judge ruling or something, and we don't get those extensions on our side. So, you know, excuse my dramatic flair, as it were, with the 10-second buzzer beater. It might have been 30 seconds, but
that's an eternity in a card game.
Yeah, that is
so it was right to the wire, however you want to measure it, and both players fighting with everything in their arsenal here, trying to keep the dream alive, and that's the top 8, man. That's the Pro Tour.
I wonder if there's going to be a gentleman's agreement here of, hey, how many cards are you sideboarding in? Because it's public knowledge once you present, but technically not public knowledge while you're going through it. And it looks like Zach just sleeved up all 60, and I think it looks like Andrew has 1 card left on the table. I'm assuming that's like, he didn't just like drop it and forget about it. I think that is a conscious choice that he has 1 card less. But as a reminder,
walk me through how this plays out here.
As someone who lost in the worst way possible in Atlanta with a double counter sword absolute ice shield, this won't be that bad. But as long as my understanding of the sequencing there was correct, and there wasn't a like 30-second extension that's going to go into game 3, the choice here will be on Zach's side going into game 3 if he wants to be on the player of the draw. And then it's going to be strictly, 3 turns are going to pass. So Zach is turn 1, Andrew's turn 2, Zach is then turn 3. And it's going to come down to life, which again, I imagine, unless both players brick, is going to be stonewalled by the Dino Man versus, Zach just having a couple of higher costed cards. He's not playing the 2-cost version, right? He's playing more of a slower mid-range build. Going to go back to Zach for that last turn. And it really is just going to be, does Andrew find some early plays that allow him to chip in damage, or is he going to be hindered by finding all of the top-end cards? So I didn't see a low-cost Spirit by other player. I think that's going to be a mulligan for both, which then does put also more cards in deck, right? So as we mentioned, and Zach has to choose first because he is the turn player. So he is going to decide what he gets. And, okay, an Ice Shield, which puts a card back. So yeah, it's just going to be cards. It looks like a set Ice Shield pass from Andrew's side, and we're going to see what this turns down to, because they shuffled back. So we know that he has the Ice Shield, which means no matter what, Andrew is going to be able to heal back up to 5 and end the turn. We also know that he's not going to be able to deal damage, to Zach. So I think we're going to go to the card count, and I think Andrew has 1 less. Man, I think this is the worst heartbreak. that we're about to see here, because then it goes down to cores, and if I remember correctly, I jinxed it. I think I just did the caster curse because I said I've never seen a game come down to cores, and I think this is about to come down to cores.
Well,
if we remember that both players did exactly 60.
you know, everything we've thought was going to happen so far has evaded us. So let's just see how this plays out, because I'm curious.
Yeah, I mean, there's just nothing. Like I would set my ice shield face up. Like obviously, you know, I want to be very, you know, technically you can't do that, right? But if I'm Andrew, if I'm in top 8, I'm gonna look at my opponent and be like, I'm setting an ice shield.
Yeah,
this game's over. Like let's just go to deck count, right? So is there an extension? Okay, I have no idea what's going on now. There might have been some short time extension, but to my understanding, as long as he just flips the absolute ice shield there, it's kind of done. So, yep, it looks like we are getting some additional turns here. So pass. Oh, it looks like Andrew doesn't have a spirit to play anyways. Yeah, ice shield. Well, we don't know how many cards each player sideboarded, so we will have to.
So I'm hearing that the judge has granted a 4-minute extension. I'm not sure.
Awesome.
But it looks like the players have already ended the game. I'm not sure how this was communicated to them or what's happening here.
Well, we will figure this out kind of after the match, while we get situated and figure out how the other side of the bracket is going. But it looks like players are de-sideboarding, which means a player was determined one way or another. So again, it's usually life, then cards left in deck, which we did see Andrew draw 2 cards instead of just flipping over the absolute ice shield. So depending on how many cards each player sideboarded, that should have just been the determining factor for this round. So we will definitely get an update as soon as we can.
Yeah.
Right. But this is now your last reminder to type !Nova into the chat to get your entry for this round.
All right, I'm being told that Zach did win game 3 on deck count. That's how they ended up settling that one. So it didn't go to cores, Koz. But I'm hearing from the floor that Zach did win that one on the deck count after time and turns ran out. That's what we got for you. That's the conclusion of an hour of chaos. It came down to cardboard remaining in front of each player. That's the beauty of this game, or the ugly side of it, depending on how you feel. I'm not here to tell you what's right about that, but it is dramatic, and it is something you'll only find at the Pro Tour on day 2. Obviously, both players gave it their full heart, wanted to win, threw everything they had at each other. We thought we saw which way this game was going a couple times. They surprised us. They surprised you watching. Koz, what are your final thoughts on everything that just transpired to start day 2? I can't even imagine where we're going next, but what happened?
That was a game to watch. There's definitely a lot of, you know, upset in the game 1 of just having all the Nexus removal in the bottom, you know, 15 cards or whatever it was of the deck, which was really rough to see with that Blessed Cathedral kind of running away with it. And then game 2, super exciting that we got to see a double heart buzzer beater, as it were. But then, you know, game 3 ending it the way it is something you definitely do not want to see between 2 titans in this game. Again, we all know and love Zach Bell from the Grand Open champion, having a well run in the, you know, multiple top 8s of Grand Opens, has done very well. And then on Andrew's side, being the back-to-back Nats Dragon Ball Super champion, going to Worlds twice, and then also doing well in One Piece. So, you know, I got to give a huge shout out to Andrew, still just kind of being like the Bandai card game champion, as it were, you know, in terms of just like doing well in all of their games. So I'm not sure if he's done anything with Digimon yet. I guess I should have asked that too. But if not, that's probably next on his list.
So speaking of next on the list, I mean, when we sat down here this morning, we were pretty sure red was going to be advancing deeper into the tournament. We thought yellow was going to get squashed in round 1, but we just saw an upset effectively. Anything can still happen here. What do you think we're going to find waiting for us on the other side of our break?
I think it's going to be more red versus yellow if I had to take a guess, just knowing how the bracket was paired, and a lot more red mid-range versus yellow for sure, and or at least Nova making an appearance, being in 3 of those red decks, or 2 at least we know that now that are remaining and might be moving on. But we will have a bracket update for you after a short break.
Yeah, all we know for sure right now is that we know nothing for sure right now. Having a great time here in Portland. We're going to take a quick breather, get set up for our next featured match. We'll be back with a keyword for you so you can continue to get those raffle entries for this increasingly creepy Cthulhu shark who continues to move closer and closer every time. I can't look away. We'll be back after just a few minutes. Stick around.
Hello and welcome back to Pro Tour Battle Spirit Saga number 3 here in Portland, Oregon. It is Keith Gomez, joined by my co-host Cosmic, or I'm probably more your co-host at this point. But we wanted to tell you what's going on with the top 8. Now the top 4, we are looking at Bryce Goddard on Yellow Genbu versus Alex Blandon on Yellow Genbu. That's going to be our featured match this round. The other match happening here in the semifinals is Zachary Bell, who we just watched win with his Yellow Genbu deck, versus Robert Swarovski with his Red Apollo mid-range. This is quite the shakeup from what we predicted to be happening coming out of the top 8. We have 3 yellow advancing and only 1 red. Cosmic, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, so we did get to see one of these happen live, but it is the double upset here for the red, and we talked about this time and time again, who just, hey, variance is going to play a role at the end of the day, and getting to see that the Yellow Genbu is really starting to shine, and that top half of the bracket extending, and we're going to go see that matchup next. But it's Yellow Genbu is going to get to the finals. We know that for sure at this point. And then on the other side, it's kind of Robert holding it down is kind of the hope for the red. The red dream is still alive here in top 4, but we talked about how much of that matchup should be favored for the red decks with all the Nexus and BP based Nexus removal and BP based destruction. And yet we saw the double upset in this last round. But yep, again, we're going to have Bryce and Alex as kind of the key players for this round in top 4. And of course, we do have another entry for the giant card. So I have to mention is !Genbu for this round, because we are going to be sitting here and watching a mirror match of sorts.
That's no accident that we chose. We get to pick what the keyword is, and we picked Genbu. We thought we'd give you a reminder of what you're looking at both on the screen and what you're typing into chat. It's Genbus everywhere, even in the chat, even against your will. So enter !Genbu now for your chance to win an oversized Cthulhu Shark card. You must be in the continental United States to receive the card shipped to you.
Yeah, another thing to note here is we talk about it being a mirror match, but actually looking at Bryce's list. So as a reminder, he was the undefeated yesterday in Swiss, going 7-0. So I guess technically 8-0 at this point. I mean, he's just continues to do well. And the thing that I think is going to shock a lot of people coming out of this one in particular, because there's just so much spice that we're about to see through it, right? We talk about, hey, my deck is crazy all the time, but I got to give a shout out to Bryce. There is an Elephant. There's a Gigano Rex. There's a Lumiere. There's a Seabid. There it is. This man was cooking coming into this event, and it is a 58 cards. That is not a typo, folks. That is a 58 card deck that we have here. And there's also an Enterprise and Termtina out of the sideboard. So this man has it all. And I got to give Bryce a special shout out as well, going back to, I believe it was Monroeville that had the yellow-purple Nemesis Raphael combo deck that we talked about a lot at that time, and got a lot of players excited about seeing these different card combinations really coming together. So super shout out to Bryce for going this far with a list, and one that, yes, is Fabled Beast at its core. We still have a lot of that, Genbu doing Genbu things side of it, but a lot of other interesting choices. So with that, we're going to dive right into this game and see what happens in this, Genbu-ish versus Genbu top 4 here in Portland.
Alex, starting off with the Nexus, what we've talked about quite a bit over the course of the last day and a half here. Starting off your turn 1 with the Nexus is an excellent setup. Risk of getting beat down, especially with white aggro not making it into the top 8, is limited. So you're free to set up your Nexus, get the value engine going, and get your reductions on the field early.
Yeah, so shout out to Blandon, who is now using a green dye for his Soul Core. Must have I know that I can hear people shouting in the distance, the core card supremacy. Those don't get rolled off the table. Some people are chanting, but we do have those beautiful Evangelion alt art soul core and regular core cards coming in set 4 Savior of Chaos. So I know that I got a lot of slack in Atlanta for it, when we had the mood lighting for it, but core cards are superior in low light settings, and Evangelion cards look beautiful and might get me to swap over to core cards.
It's an early Dual Eagle on Alex's side, being held at bay by the Hex Knight that Bryce managed to land his turn 1.
Yeah, I really do love that Hex Knight has that beautiful, 1 core for level 1, 2 cores for level 2, 3 cores for level 3, and it just goes up 4, 5, 6. It's just such a beautiful symmetric power up that we get to see on Hex Knight's side of it. And we did get to see the Lumiere, which is also really nice because it is another blessed unit, which is going to help from the stabilization side of getting the life gain, making sure we're getting additional triggers off the Hex Knight. So looks like we are just going to go for a card draw here and then try to set up maybe like a Lumiere on the next turn. If assuming Alex is going to push through for a point of damage and start to get those life swings kind of going back and forth. So look forward to a lot of life gain here happening in the top 4.
A lot of ships possibly passing in the night. Hit you, I'll gain 1. Hit you, I'll gain 1. Just back and forth all day.
Yeah, and I think, too, I got to give a shout-out to, we already see 2 Floodstreams, it looks like, in Bryce's hand. So he is playing 3 Floodstream main. Of course, that Volcanic Break that a lot of decks are very happy to see the 1 copy they get to run, 2 Dream Bombs, and 4 Thorn Prisons. So, I mean, Bryce has a lot of magic at his disposal in this matchup and how he wants to navigate it. And of course, we do still see the 2 Flagellum. So there are going to be some games where we have, still just the classic Flagellum into Exhaust Nexus clear your board that we've seen time and time again in the mirror.
Cosmic, it's early to be asking you a question like this, but based on Bryce's deck list having a wider variety of options available to him, do you think that gives him an advantage in a not-so-mirror match? Or do you think that Alex has a bit of an advantage sticking to kind of a tighter list with less frills involved and hopefully enjoying a more consistent, especially with the smaller deck size, being able to draw the pieces that he expects to and playing the game out in a more predictable manner?
Yeah, it's really interesting when we look at this from a, what are the commonalities between the decks, right? So like both decks have 3 Floodstreams main. Both decks have the Exhaust Nexus for 4 copies in one, 3 copies in another deck. Both decks have Flagellum at the top end. A lot of the fate will be staying the same, but I think Seabed Lighthouse is a key card that could come up because it does shut off the opponent's Flagellum plays where they can't use their Dream Bomb for luster effects, right? You can still use the Exhaust Nexus, which is really important in making sure that you're getting that 10K board swing, but it'll be interesting to see how much of a role Seabed plays. And Alex coming down with that Beldegor to knock out the Hippo, which is still just a very good card. And, we talk about not having a lot of when summons in the deck as Bryce kind of just fired off that Star Blast draw, which he does run 4 of. But looking at the list overall, Beldegor is the only when summon in this list, and there's only 2 Beldegor. So I think you still fire off the Star Blast every time just to get the card draw in. But Beldegor is a card that now that's on the table, there are a number of 4s and 5s in Blandon's list that could make it come back out of the Immortal from graveyard, meaning we could see a Star Blast from 4 eventually.
I don't think it's the kind of thing that you want to gamble on so early, potentially trapping your card draw in the burst zone.
Yeah, and especially as we were talking about that, having those 8 extra cards in the deck is going to impact your consistency a little bit. But as we've seen with these yellow decks time and time again, once they get their Nexus kind of up and running and get that card value going that way, having the extra cards doesn't feel as bad. But in terms of, hey, we really want to see Nexus in the Nexus heavy or Nexus reliant deck, I should say, we have Blandon with 2 Cathedrals on board, which is nice to see. And Bryce, unfortunately, does not have any of those Nexus reductions set up just yet.
Bryce moving 4 cores, and playing out.
Oh, Lumiere to give the Hex Knight Blessed. So it is going to be a 4K Bless, and then Lumiere getting to level up to have Blessed itself, kind of threatening the double draw here. Really fun combo from the other lander tribe, as it were. Something that we've seen in set 2 and in set 3 getting a little bit of love. And now putting Alex in an awkward spot of like, hey, if you give up this Eagle, I still get the ramp, 2 cores, which is nice. But I definitely think you want to try to deny the draw here before you can really get your board set up. So huge shout out to the Lumiere play on this turn. I think that's a really important sequencing here.
Easy to throw Beldegor under the bus as the first blocker, as his immortal triggers, and he's returned to the battlefield once the Dual Eagle goes down.
Yep, and as we mentioned, because of that, that Dual Eagle dying, the Immortal is going to trigger off the Beldegor. We got the 2 cores back from the Cathedral, so we had enough to knock out that Hex Knight with the Beldegor.
Alex moving forward with his turn. Playing a Crocodile. A lot of blessed creatures entering and leaving the board. Quick succession here.
Well, there we go. We got a Soul Core on back on the field, folks. Everything's okay. Looks like he's just trying to core up here, get the value out of the Blessed Cathedrals, knowing that we just want to kind of run the value side of this where we can, especially in the Yellow Mirror, where it's like, hey, if it really can be feast or famine, it feels like a lot of times. If one side of the field gets something like Blessed Cathedrals or Phantasmal Paradises that you just get to run away with versus the other having nothing, it can create this matchup to feel extremely one-sided.
That's why having the Nexus removal we anticipated being so crucial for the red decks in the first round of the top 8, but it seems like it did not come through for them. All these yellow decks advancing into the semifinals here.
Yeah, and the important thing to know here too with like the Lumiere, just yes, you do need the 4 cores on it, but it's an 8K with Bless, and we've seen that like 8K is such a good number here in terms of pushing through for damage, where it's only going to be the Genbu that can block it outright, or the Flagellum, which at best is going to trade with it. So the Lumiere is not doing a whole lot now, but it is a relevant kind of threat in this matchup by having that Bless and making sure you're keeping a high enough BP to kind of crash through as needed.
Bryce ships it back to Alex, who's beginning his turn. Shuffling around some cores. Taking a look at his options. Literally playing his hand very close to the chest. There's a Hex Knight on Alex's side of the board.
Yeah, we see that double Floodstream. We got a Dual Eagle there. We have Hex. So we do have, we talked about we got at least one Nexus online, but Bryce does have that extra Hex Knight to just try to push out these blessed units and then have Lumiere just keep charging through and threatening a draw that way. Again, the downside here is that at any point, Alex can just keep his guys at a lower level to get value out of the Blessed Cathedral. Having 2 of those online is going to ramp him 2 cores and draw 2 cards, kind of whatever he wants, it turns out.
Crocodile, the first one to be turned sideways on Alex's turn. He's swinging with the Crocodile. Bryce only has the 1 blocker in the Lumiere. Interesting to start with the Crocodile. We talked about Beldegor being the free quote-unquote blocker. Oh, there's the Thorn Prison. It's going to tap down the Beldegor and the Hex Knight. So Alex's future attacks on this turn have been removed, and I think a decision's still being made. He will choose to block the Crocodile and take that off the board.
Yep, and of course, Alex is going to get those Blessed Cathedral triggers, but as we had a little peek at Bryce's hand, this is now going to line him up for the Hex Knight play to make sure we're getting some more card draw, and we'll see what else he wants to play out from his turn. So again, making sure that we keep Lumiere at 4 cores because we do need it to be level 3 for that Blessed. Then we just might see the Hex Knight kind of making an appearance to get the draw of it as well, but kind of hard to see what else is in his hand, so we have to wait and see how it wants to navigate this turn.
Hippo down on Bryce's side. Yet another blessed creature.
Yep, and here's the Hex Knight. So you are giving up the Blessed Cathedral. You have an extra core that is not really doing too much here, all things considered. Hex Knight is going to be a 4, but we do have the double blessed life here, as it were, with Lumiere and Hippo threatening, gain 2 life, draw 2 cards, which could be really good. Again, playing around that Blessed Cathedral from Alex's side very well.
Bryce taking advantage of the opportunity that he created last turn. Oh, there it is in return. Oh, you Thorn Prison me, I'm going to Thorn Prison you. You thought you were going to get some more attacks in, and I'm going to deny that.
Yeah, so as a reminder, we have 4 copies of Thorn Prison from Alex Blandon's list, and we have 4 as well from Bryce's. So I'm going to expect a lot more of this. Hey, I'm going to Thorn Prison you to get around your Blessed Cathedral, as well as creating the value from my Hex Knight to hopefully draw some extra cards. So as long as that Beldegor is staying on the table, we know the Hex Knight is safe for now. And we do see a few more Blessed Spirits in Bryce's hand to try to get value out of that Hex Knight on the next turn. Yep, Floodstream in main can be doing some work here as well once we get a few more cores. Dual Eagle being really important. And
I see 2 Floodstreams, which you've noted before, and we've got 2 Ice Shields sitting there, have not been set into the burst zone yet. Wonder if Bryce is thinking about that Beldegor and leaving the burst zone open for future Star Blast draws.
Oh, we see a Flagellum come online now, and we don't know what magic Alex is holding, but when you start to see it this early, like that Flagellum becomes very scary and something that we have to respect and know that an Exhaust Nexus could be looming around the corner for us, which is going to clear out Bryce's board. So at this point, it is now just going to be Alex Blandon trying to dig for some key magic, but he has a Phantasmal Paradox online, which now means he's going to draw effectively 2 cards a turn because he's surely going to find another Fable Beast on the next turn. And we're going to see just how much damage Flagellum can ultimately do here. And it looks like it does have the Soul Core on it, so it is going to be at level 3. Again, the Flagellum's kind of main effect works at both 2 and 3. Yep, so this is
the Exhaust Nexus. Immediately removes the Hippo.
Yep, so it's going to be minus 5k to the board. I know there's a little bit of a glare on it, but the Hex Knight is currently at a 6k, or I guess 1k now because of the Exhaust Nexus, and the Lumiere is going to take the minus 5,000 as well to be a 3k. It looks like we just had missed the ramp there from the Blessed Cathedral, so the judge is catching that because the Hippo did die in combat. The Blessed Cathedral is going to trigger. But without like a Dream Bomb or a key point of interruption here, it's pretty difficult because we also can't de-level any of our spirits or they're going to die because of the 5k that's on the field. So we kind of just have to take some hits here.
Oh, Bryce considering the Flood Stream.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Flood Stream is not going to be able to catch the Flagellum being a 6 cost, so I definitely don't think it's worth it just to remove your guys. I guess, okay, so there is a small consideration here, depending on how you sequence it, is that you get extra cores for the Blessed Cathedral, depending on how you pay it off. So if you want the extra cores, I guess, sure. But again, there's going to be, you assign how much you're paying for it, we get to remove something, then the spirit is going to die to get the additional core, and then this is still all with Flagellum's kind of effect on the stack. So magic cards do resolve immediately, but usually as players are playing out these luster turns, you just kind of like leave it face up. So you say like, hey, this is what is going back to my hand if the Flagellum survives through this combat. So they're going through the exact sequencing, and forgive me, I'm not a judge, so I don't know exactly how the triggers stack up here, right? But as we mentioned, Bryce is paying the cores off of the Hex Knight, which is going to kill it because of Flagellum's effect for minus 5k is still on the board. Then there's also the Blessed Cathedral side of it getting to gain the core that way. So I think there's a little bit maybe like, does he get the extra core to pay for the Flood Stream that way, right, in terms of when it happens? So looks like there's a little bit of conversation around the sequencing here at the table. And of course, we will get a little bit of a time extension depending on how this sequencing goes. I don't think it ultimately matters unless I'm missing something, maybe out of like Alex's hand, but it should just be the Flood Stream resolves, then Hex dies, get the core, and it cleans up that way.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yep. And then, of course, Alex is still going to get cores from the double Cathedral on his side. So interesting turn, a little bit of back and forth, just judges and players kind of talking through it and making sure that everyone understands what's going on so that board state isn't impacted in any way. And then, of course, the flash priority sequence still has to resolve here because we are still attacking with this Flagellum.
Flagellum is still on its way in. A blocker, I think, is being declared now with the Hex Knight, or maybe they're even still talking about the BP. Signal, yes, we're signaling to does the Cathedral consider the removal of this? So to put it in slightly different words, right? So the Hex Knight had the BP to survive the minus 5k, and then Bryce is removing cores and effectively lowering its level that will cause it to die. Now, does the Cathedral consider that still dying to your opponent's effect, or are you considered having removing the cores causing yourself to delete the spirit, and the Cathedral doesn't care because then it's not your opponent's effect destroying it?
If I'm not mistaken, as long as you don't take the cores completely off, right, there was still some maintenance that was on the spirit, does not count as self-destruction, meaning the Cathedral should trigger. It looks like there is a judge question at the table. to see what is going on with the exact sequencing. But again, because the cores weren't paid off fully, he still did have the one spirit on there, right? There was a soul core. I think he had 2 cores on it still. Now I forget. Sorry, because we're getting really deep in the weeds here. But I think he still had the a maintenance core on it for the effect.
And this feels like it's a big moment for this game 1. Alex kind of taking a big swing here with the Nexus and the Flagellum. He's going to get that Nexus back, which if Bryce isn't able to deploy large enough spirits on the next turn, he can anticipate that Nexus and this play happening and repeating itself on the next turn. So Alex maybe taking control of the game with this play as well. So Bryce definitely looking for clarification on, do I get some additional cores for the deaths of my spirits? Am I going to get some resources that might help me claw my way back into this?
Yeah, again, I think a lot of it is looking at the triple Nexus from Blandon's side versus the 0, or I guess the 1 Cathedral now on Bryce's side. And as you mentioned, that Exhaust Nexus is going to play a key role here because we do have, the triple Nexus does help pay into that. And we have to wonder, how quickly is Alex Blandon going to find a second Exhaust Nexus to then just be a 10K loop and try to lock Bryce out of the game that way? Because minus 10K to your field every turn is quite backbreaking, it turns out.
While they're discussing this, I'm going to take a moment to publicly embarrass myself and tell Koz about the times that I have blocked an attacking Beldegor, been happy to have it off the field, blocked another spirit and removed that from the field too, triggering the Beldegor to come back just so the Beldegor can get through now that I'm out of blockers.
I think we've all lived that life. That's the immortal side of purple, being very good at just having unrelenting number of attacks.
It's on the field. I've seen him come back a number of times, and yet I continue to fall for this.
Yeah, and especially too, I got to give a shout out to the TP3 Valheim, I believe is his name. Another reanimate package that may be coming up in the future with, if we get more graveyard recursion effects, that whenever you bring something back out of your graveyard, you get to destroy one of your opponent's exhausted spirits. So, maybe there's a green-purple shenanigans deck that I'm going to be working on here pretty soon and having some fun with it. So we will see what type of shenanigans I get into. But, the reanimate from set 2 False Gods, it has a gorgeous SPR. And also, hopefully everybody saw, there's a even better Worlds promo for reanimate with a nice gold stamp and silver, black and silver kind of illustration on it that looks really good. So I'm hoping that we get to see some more news about that. Hopefully soon. BANDAI, help us out here. Get us some more news about Worlds as soon as you can. But I think players are going to be really happy with the participation promos that are able to go to Worlds. So while we are waiting for a little bit more of the clarification, kind of the back and forth that's happening, again, we will get an extension. Game 3 shenanigans again here. But, other than the yellow versus red, looks like maybe we're fixing getting back into the action with 41 minutes left on the clock.
Bryce responded in the affirmative. I saw a thumbs up. Looks like he moved the life counter, but he's waiting for one more detail before the game fully. There it goes. Looks like he did take the core from the void for the destroyed Hex Mage.
So we got some update behind the scenes. It had nothing to do with the Blessed Cathedral. There was something else that happened that we were reviewing for. So making sure the board state is corrected now, back and forth, and everything is looking good. So there was a couple different reviews here that happened in kind of quick succession there that we want to make sure that was all squared away for this top 4 match. So looks like Bryce now finally finding his own Blessed Cathedral. Man, this is kind of what I love when you get 2 yellow decks going up against each other. Like, there is some counterplay with the Flagellum and the Exhaust Nexus and all that stuff. But at some point, it comes down to like, hey, man, we all have cathedrals here. Let's just power them up. Let's just all have low-cost spirits slamming into one another. Let's just both draw a bunch of cards and ramp a bunch of cores, and then let's play a real game. So I don't think we're going to see that in a top 4 match with a Flagellum on one side of the field to the other. But it does beg the question of, how many tools do we really have in Bryce's deck to deal with this Flagellum, right? And there's not a lot of options here, because Flagellum is a 6 cost, it's really just the Volcanic Break, if he can catch it not being level 3, and then the Dream Bomb to interrupt the Exhaust Nexus plays, and that's kind of it. So this Flagellum's scary.
It's incredibly scary, and your odds are lowered just a touch by having the larger size deck as well.
Yeah, well, we will see if Bryce is able to dig out an answer, but I think, because it is open deck list, because Blandon's aware of what tools that Bryce has available to him, like, this Flagellum is very real for right now.
And there's the Genbu. And if you haven't already submitted, don't forget to enter into our raffle for the oversized Cthulhu Shark card by entering !Genbu in the chat.
Yeah, and got to give a shout out to Alex Blandon. He found his Genbu. It's right there for him. He finally, after the...
Not in the bottom 15 of the deck. Yes, if you missed it yesterday, Alex was on stream, featured on stream yesterday as well, and he spent a good part of a round just digging and digging, and it seemed like all 4 of his Genbus were nowhere to be found. Almost wondered if he had accidentally sideboarded them out, but they wound up being in the bottom 15 cards of his deck.
Yeah, there was a lot of hand talking that was going on, which is always funny to see here on the caster side of it, because you can just feel the emotion in kind of putting together what he's saying just based on how his hands were flying across the table for not finding that Genbu.
His opponent was good-natured about it as well, kind of anticipating, was waiting for the Genbu to come down because he was struggling to finish Alex off, and was just kind of waiting for the killing blow to take him out of the game. But you can't hang up your hat if there's still an option. If Alex can't find the way to finish you off, you kind of want to hang out and see if you can weasel your way into a win.
Yeah, and Genbu being a scary card, I mean, this is both sides of it now. Like, with Alex having the Flagellum online, we know that there's an Exhaust Nexus. We have the Genbu, which just says, hey, let me find any other Fabled Beast, to make this unblockable and start the life gain happening that way. And then on top of all that, if that wasn't enough, like 2 strong spirits with a 3rd spirit that is surely coming down the next turn. Oh, by the way, I have double Phantasmal Paradise over you, which means I'm drawing now 3 cards a turn effectively. So we are definitely getting buried in the advantage here from the Nexus help that Blandon is seeing.
And again, if you want to look at just life totals, they do not tell the story of what's happening on the board. Alex at the lower life total at only 3, Bryce at what looks like a healthy 6. But if you look at the advantage engines, at the nexuses synergizing together with the creature types, Alex is definitely pulling ahead here, and it really doesn't matter that he only, quote unquote, has 3 life.
Yep, so it looks like Bryce here just giving up the Dual Eagle to ramp 2, draw 2. We know that he does have one of those Absolute Ice Shields in his hand, so he is able to just kind of end the combat when he wants to. But again, I think it's safe to assume that Bryce knows a unblockable Fabled Beast is coming his way. So just trying to take the draw, especially before Alex just hits him with the double Exhaust Nexus play off of the Flagellum anyway. So there it is, draw for turn. I'm going to draw 2 more because I played a Fabled Beast. And spoiler, I had a Hippo. So the next 2 turns, Blandon is drawing 3 cards. And I imagine in those 6 cards that he's about to go through, there's probably another Fabled Beast in there. So he is going to continue this loop.
He's already holding another Hippo.
Yep. There's the 2 Hippos we saw off that. And then I think he actually had a 3rd Fabled Beast somewhere buried in the back.
Yeah, Alex, knowing that he's going to be able to lean on that card advantage over the next couple of turns, keep digging for more pressure. He's not even looking for answers. He's the one asking the questions right now. Bryce, are you able to dig deep enough into your deck to find the couple of things that might be able to deal with my board state?
Yeah, we do see a suppression floating to the top of the hand from Bryce. So depending on how Alex sequences this attack, right, you always get the Genbu unblockable attack in first, but then if he follows up like a Flagellum or something, Lumiere is going to go up to 11k off of suppression, which is pretty scary. And then we'll have to see what kind of magic that Alex wants to use to kind of fight over that. But just a flood stream to start, killing the Hippo here, but it's still going to allow Alex to gain a core and draw a card because one of his cathedrals is still online here.
It's a tough sensation when you expend your resources, go down a card to remove something that's coming at your face just for your opponent to gain more resources back. Kind of feels like you're treading water while they're continuing to move forward.
Yep. So nice suppression here, getting Lumiere up to the 11K against a baby Crocodile. Alex is still going to ramp a core and draw a card here. I think he's just like, yep, I'm going to cycle this. That's totally fine. But it does, just kind of limit the options that Alex has on board. However, the Beldegor is going to come back because a 4-cost Spirit died. We have approximately 1.5 billion cores, on Alex's side at this point. So it is still an attacker that can line up for the next turn. Again, that suppression is live until the end of the turn, so it is 11K, which is really nice. If he wanted to, he could set up something with the Flagellum into Exhaust Nexus, which is then going to make it a 6K instead. But otherwise, we are just going to point at this Lumiere as a reminder. I think that's Alex just realizing he wants his Beldegor in the trash after the fact, because in case he catches opponents like 4 or 5 cost taps. So just saying, hey, let's throw this Beldegor back in the trash. We don't want it. He had a good life. He's where he needs to be.
He'll be back again soon.
Yep. So it looks like we have the card Fabled Beast. So again, no Phantasmal Paradise, so we're not getting the extra draw that way, but we did see a Genbu, it looked like, in the hand as well. So double Ice Shield. See if we can get a look at Bryce's hand once more. Definitely not dying anytime soon with the double Ice Shield protection. Looks like one more Flood Stream.
Yeah, but it can't be a great sensation to be burning your Ice Shields, trying to dig just a few cards at a time while Alex is continuing to pressure you, make you use your Ice Shields, and he's digging deeper faster than you are.
Yeah, Bryce is just trying to take the aggressive line here with the 8K Lumiere, saying, hey, if you block with your Flagellum, you're gonna KO, so you have to exhaust your Genbu here, and then I'm just gonna ramp 2, draw 2 at the end of the day. Bryce really needing to find some more resources before he just gets buried under the card advantage of these Phantasmal Paradises, namely, but of course, Blessed Cathedral doing a pretty good job generating some extra cores for Alex that we've seen kind of time and time again.
Oh, he's turning the Griffin sideways too, knowing full well that he has the Ice Shields in hand to bail him out on the next turn.
Yeah, I think we were definitely just team ramp up some cores, draw some cards, and kind of hope for the best. But again, yeah, knowing that you're facing that Genbu, any Fabled Beast Blessed guy is going to be live for unblockable damage. So that card Griffin is just really not being able to find himself in a good spot. It is a vanilla, but we want to make sure that we're getting value off of the extra card engine, because we have to catch up to where Alex Blandon is at with those Phantasmal Paradises. So yes, it does give you that block off of Genbu's ability, but it doesn't do anything beyond that for you. Like, you need to be aggressive with it. You need to get the Ice Shields. You need to find a way to force your opponent to block so you can draw more cards off your Cathedrals and then try to align a strategy off that, which, again, we're really seeing the draw 3 cards per turn playing a key role here off those Paradises that we mentioned.
And now the Hex Knight, another potential source of card advantage on Alex Blandon's side of the board. Makes me interested. Is Alex going to open with the Genbu attack, or is he going to swing in with one of the birds first? Or even the Hippo? And then the Dual Eagle is the first one sent in. There's the Ice Shield.
Yep. So Genbu gives Dual Eagle the unblockable effect. Hex Knight is going to get a card drawn for Alex. And yeah, I mean, I know he's not going to deck himself out at this point, but Alex has burned through so many cards and is so high up on the card advantage compared to where Bryce is at. It is going to be an uphill battle. We do see an Elephant, which is interesting. Does give you that refresh effect and to be aggressive that way. But, that 10K is only going to be able to be stopped from the Genbu on Blandon's side. And you definitely don't want to give Bryce the 3 cards and 3 cores for having that Elephant die.
That's the kind of hope that he's looking for. Elephant moved to the front of the pile.
Yeah, so we got a Flood Stream, we got a Hippo, we have a Genbu and a Elephant, lots of 8 costs. And we do see that Seabed kind of tucked away at the end. Not that it's doing too much here, but you have to develop it at some point. It's nice that it does give your level 3s plus 2K, so that can come up as well.
And the Lighthouse is the one to come down onto the board.
Yeah, so what's really interesting now is like this Genbu is going to be 12K to Blandon's 10K when you get him up to the 4 cores. I don't know how much that's ultimately going to matter when we're thinking about what the unblockable game plan looks like from these 2 decks, but it's just an interesting note that plus 2K bonus for level 3 spirits could come up.
Bryce running out of Hippo.
Yeah, on Bryce's side, it really does feel like we are just going to flood the board, play out some spirits, force our opponent to block to not burn their ice shield, and make sure that my guys are on the weaker side. And then the seabed's important here because now we are shutting off the Thorn Prison that could come from Alex Blandon's side, making every single one of Bryce's attacks very live in this regard. I could have swore he had one more spirit in hand, but maybe not, that he could have cheated under the under BP threshold. But nope, looks like we're just going to play some honest battle spirits with attacking and blocking. No more magic shenanigans coming from Alex's side, other than, of course, Exhaust Nexus still being a very real card when combined with Flagellum. So we are going to ramp to draw 2.
Yeah, Bryce very intentionally running smaller spirits into Alex's better developed board with larger spirits as a way of digging through his deck, trying to find some more answers.
Yeah, the Griffin, being a 4K, if you power it all down, I think is kind of where you wanted it to be, but it looks like he's just saving it as a blocker in this case. He might be trying to play something off of it, use it as a blocker and then play a spell where you power it down that way, and then you block whatever he makes unblockable, plus you draw 2, ramp 2 that way. It's hard to say kind of where the turn goes from this, but, again, kudos to Bryce for having just such a slim board in this regard, to not have as much, look at it, Feast or Famine, right? Alex Blandon, everything on board, a billion yellow reduction, has a double Phantasmal Paradise, just kind of has it all. But notably, Seabed does not stop magic cards during the main step. It's only attack step, so the main phase flood stream kind of does it all the same.
Looks like Bryce has his ice shield pulled to the front of his hand.
Yeah, you're kind of staring this down like, all right, well, I guess I got to use another one of these. And it looks like, so we saw the crocodile, we saw an elephant, but Bryce really needs to get more of these kind of under the BP thresholds and cycle for some of the top end. We're going to take a quick look at Bryce's list just to see what else is out there. Like, we know we have the Genbu. There is, I totally forgot, there is a one of Giganorex in the main deck as well that maybe you take the mill plan at this point for where Alex Blandon is at. I don't think you catch him with the busted Cathedral, cord up, but would be funny if you do sort of situation. But it really does feel like Bryce is just trying to dig for that Flagellum into Exhaust Nexus combo, which is going to be very live because we know that Alex Blandon doesn't have any Dream Bombs for game 1, and he would be shut off from them anyways because of the seabed. So I think that's the line that looks like Bryce is digging for, but this is a 30 minutes now, 29 game 1 that we're seeing of just these two decks slogging at one another.
This feels like one of those episodes of Dragon Ball Z where they just stare at each other and power up for the full 30 minutes.
Yep. We might throw a punch here eventually, but right now it's with 30 minutes
Tune
left.
in next week.
So we finally got our Paradise. It looks like Bryce is a lands in front kind of a believer with putting all of his Nexuses in front in this case, but finally finding his own Paradise that hopefully can draw him some extra cards. But again, getting to be low to the ground, making sure that things can get into Alex's board, force a ice shield, or just have the point of chipping away our spirits so we can cycle through more of our deck. But it looks like we're finally going to get into the elephant game plan of, hey, this is just a big 10K attacker.
And the elephant, a nice little safety net, kind of like a nice blanket, knowing that you get to refresh all of your cores, put them back into your reserve at the end of your turn, as long as the elephant's still there. But we know that Alex, as you mentioned just a moment ago, unable to Dream Bomb the elephant and take it off the battlefield so long as the lighthouse is on the board. So Bryce probably feeling kind of good. It opens up his ability to play his magic spells during Alex's flash step.
Yeah, really do like the refresh here. We do see the Thorn Prison coming out of Bryce's hand. That's going to help stave off a couple of those attacks from going wide. We only have the 2 blockers, but that plus a Thorn Prison means that we're likely to survive a turn here, because we got to figure out how many. Oh, never mind. We forgot that Alex Blandon himself has 4 of his own Thorn Prison, so I think there's now 2 left at this point. But
yeah, the lighthouse shuts off the Thorn Prison from being played during the attack step, and Alex goes, "That's fine. I'll just play it during my main step, and you'll be defenseless as I move into my attacks." I don't have to trick you during the attack step. I will just let you know that this is what I'm doing during the main.
Yeah, by the way, I still have this one right here for you. Also, for those in chat, are you a Gundam alt art believer for Thorn Prison, or are you a SPR with the demo bones getting hit by the vines? Like, I'm sorry, I'm a maybe purist in that regard. I think that Bryce has the superior Thorn Prison in this matchup, but definitely let us know your thoughts as well.
A complete lack of respect to the poor elk trapped in the original regular set art.
We don't talk about those guys. Nobody likes the original Thorn Prison. Okay, fine. If you are in chat and you're a believer of OG Thorn Prison, all two of you, baby, be my guest and say that as well. But Gundam versus Demo Bones, Thorn Prison. Let us know your thoughts. All right, and as we talked about, Ice Shield, save off the attack, go down to 2, which is still good for us. And then of course we did see a Fabled Beast, if I'm not mistaken, that was a Crocodile, who's going to get us an extra card draw off of the Phantasmal Paradise. Oh no, just big old Genbu coming down.
There's a Genbu. Bryce finally landing something that might be able to start asking Alex some questions. And as this game passes the 30-minute mark.
Oh, he has a Pro Tour Giganorex too. My man is flexing hard with that. Okay, you got it. You got it, sir. All right, well, there's one Exhaust Nexus, but again, we really do need to see the Flagellum side of it. Okay, well, never mind. Because Blandon has...
Alex
oh my God. All right, to his credit, Alex has drawn approximately 50,000 cards in this match, and he has triple Exhaust Nexus with Flagellum.
There's 3. I caught 2.
Oh,
caught 2.
That is going to be a beating on this following turn. Yeah, I definitely feel like we are in for a game 1 match here with just how these two decks want to slog back and forth and set up these turns. But, I think we are really going to see some Flagellum shenanigans here kind of chip away at the board.
Has Bryce burned through the majority, all of, the Ice Shields that he was holding? Will Alex be able to hit Bryce with the multiple Exhaust Nexuses, clear his board, and swing in for the win on the next turn? Has Bryce run out of tricks to stay alive?
Yep, getting 2 more cores, 2 more cards off of the Blessed Cathedral triggers, just turning things sideways. And again, the key point, knowing that we do not have any Dream Bombs from Alex's side in game 1, so this Elephant is just free to attack all day with not getting punished for, still will get its end of combat refresh here that we love the Elephant to get played for. Looks like he just took that one, choosing not to get that last attack and refresh everything. And now we have cores to play with on the opposing turn, which, again, we do see a Flood Stream. We do have the Thorn Prison. So there's a couple things that can, help chip away at this board and interact with it. But we also have seen the now triple Exhaust Nexus from Alex Blandon's side, which is a very real threat of just, hey, sorry, you're going to lose your board. And in this case, yes, you give Bryce the ramp 3, draw 3 out of the Elephant, but that he doesn't have a lot else to work with in his hand, that the value off of Exhaust Nexus is going to close out this game.
Interesting, though. Alex fires off his Flood Stream during the main step because that Lighthouse is going to gate him from being able to do that during the attacks. But if you were planning on playing a double or even triple Exhaust Nexus on your turn, I don't know why you'd play the single target removal during your main.
Yeah, the sequencing here, draw your extra cards first and then kind of develop your turn from there, right? If you're always just going to play the Genbu anyways to get your guys, please put cores on it. Thank you. Make sure you guys get more unblockable. But now we're in a position where it's 2 unblockables. We're getting all the blessed, right? So it's a Dual Eagle and a Hippo for the double Genbu trigger. This is looking very scary for, just punching through and making sure that Alex is gaining even more life.
Alex making a couple of final considerations before I assume he moves into, yep. Kind of signals, I'm going to start coming in with these guys.
No, so it looks like he noted to Bryce, I'm just going to make my 2 Genbus target each other, because an important note is that for the triggering effect to make something unblockable, it is for a other Fable Beast. So Genbu can't target himself, much like Joker can't target itself for the effect. But hey, if you have 2 of them, they're best friends, and they like to make each other unblockable. Looks like we are just getting some signaling back and forth. Again, we know that the flood stream cleared out the vanilla. So these are just going to, go unchecked from what we can see. We do have a flood stream from Bryce's side. Get rid of one of the eagles. It is going to trigger Genbu's effect because, again, what the level 3 is, you get to restand something. Then we are also going to draw to ramp 2. I think we have done so much of the draw to ramp 2
and the Beldegor
shenanigans.
comes back.
Oh yeah, because it was a 5
In
cost.
case you forgot about it, Beldegor was hiding in the trash and he pops back out. Alex did not forget about the Beldegor. He went right over there after drawing his cards, and he's like, "Oh, I think I'm gonna hang out with this guy now."
Yeah, the unblockable shenanigans here is definitely playing a large role. All right, we see 1 exhaust nexus from Bryce's side, but I think that's the only one that he had. Or draw 2. I think.
Ooh, Alex's deck is getting pretty thin down there. I think Alex possibly holding more cards. I think definitely holding more cards in hand than he has left in the deck at this point.
I think Bryce is actually going for deck out because he has the. No, because there's no way that Alex doesn't have a magic to pay the cores off of the Blessed Cathedral, right? Because we know Gigano has the ramp. Okay, yeah, or the confront to mill him out that way, but. I think at that point, it's just like, hey, the double unblockable Genbu is going to be very strong. I can't do anything like it. Best go down to 1. We block something else. Yeah, it just clean up, go to a game 2.
Got some spicy sideboard options here. So Bryce with the main board spice, unable to take over. That was one of the first questions that I asked you about, Kaz. Do you think that Bryce's spicy, larger deck is going to find the right components to overtake Alex's tighter, more concise, more traditional Fable Beast build?
Yeah, and what we really saw is the value of the Nexus that game. We saw Alex just rip him very early, get the value off of him, and really dictated the flow of that match for a lot of it.
And now we're taking a look at Bryce's sideboard options. We're seeing 2 dual gun,
2 Enterprise, 2 Suppression, 2 Burning Force, 1 Floodstream, and 1 Exhaust Nexus. There's definitely a rainbow of options here from Bryce's side.
None of them look like a clean answer to another Flagellum that could potentially put him into the same pickle that he was just suffering under in game 1.
All right, looks like we are going to be taking a short break between the matches here, but we can continue to talk through these sideboarding options that we have. Landon is going to take a short break away from the table and just talk about more of these matchups that we just saw. So again, we are going into, there was like 22 minutes left, I believe, going into this matchup. So very long games. And, I'd hate to see another round finish in the time department, but it's looking like how these decks want to set up, unless one gets so far ahead on the Nexus, like very early on, I think we are going to see another long, drawn-out match. And in Game 2, when time is called, that's it. And that's why we made such a big deal out of that buzzer beater double heart that we saw in the top 8. So it's going to be interesting, with Bryce's larger deck count. Do you think he can find those right pieces in time, or are we going to see another playback of just missing out on them?
I have a suspicion that Alex is going to be able to find his pieces a little bit more quickly, assemble the value engine, and run away with it again. But can he do it in the 20 minutes when it took him 40 minutes to do it the first time?
Yeah, there's definitely the time consideration here when we burned through 40 minutes in that game 1, really kind of playing out the 2 decks have Bless. We're getting a bunch of life going back and forth. We're trying to play our Nexus game. We had the Blessed Cathedral mini game that was going on of just, hey, I'm attacking with these smaller guys, making sure I'm getting the cores, getting the draw. And it still took 40 minutes after Alex Blandon drew 40 out of his 50 cards, or whatever it was there.
Ice Shield definitely doing work, keeping Bryce alive, letting him continue to dig, try and find a few more answers, accepting some of the chip shots when he needed to. Bryce was up at 6 life at one point. Nice cushy life total to sit behind, and Alex didn't even really apply pressure to that for quite a while in the match. Happy to let those cores sit there and continue to develop his own board before he finally found his line. Double Genbu. I know that I've already run you out of ice shields. Do you have anything left?
Right. Yeah, just how dangerous it can be with that Genbu slowly picking away with the unblockable blast. You know, I am dealing you 1 damage, I'm gaining 1 life, and that just creates such a rift between these two decks. Like, yes, they both have blast, but whoever can get that life advantage early enough really feels like you can dictate the tempo of the game, because then your Blessed Cathedrals are now playing a defensive role. Like, hey, I have to like give my opponent cores if I'm constantly blocking stuff. But
I was keeping an eye on Alex's life total too. He had dropped down to 2 life cores at one point in time, and we know that it doesn't exist in Bryce's list, but there's an itch in the back of my head that wonders, can he land a dual gun and a double heart? We've seen it once. We've seen a double heart win second time in this tournament. Makes for great television.
yeah.
Knew it couldn't happen, but there's a part of me that goes, I know what answer does exist for this situation. Dual gun is in the sideboard for Bryce, though. No double heart, but the dual gun is there. I think that might be an option for him coming in, trying to sneak past, knowing that this is going to be a long game, with the Nexuses definitely hitting the board and sticking. Just a lack of... there wasn't even enough Nexus removal for red in the top 8 to keep these yellows from advancing. And there's definitely not enough Nexus removal in these yellow decks to take each other, check those Nexuses, keep them off the board, and slow their engine from building that advantage for them.
Yeah, we do see the 2 Burning Force on Bryce's side. Looking at the sideboard here again, the Flood Stream is very good. Exhaust Nexus, I think, is going to be a key role here as well. And then going over to Alex Blandon's list, again, as we just saw in top 8, because Zach is playing the same exact list. They are on the same team, playing the same exact 60-card deck. That we'll see what some options here, but might be considered. Dream Bombs, Floodstream, Star Bless for just some extra draw. It is a kind of a clear cut that we don't have a good. Is it the Flagellum line? Is it the Genbu line? I think it's a lot of. Even though with Bryce having a lot of that spice in his list, it's going to come down to that. Is it the Genbu or the Flagellum side that's really going to, chip the win in for us at the end? And we'll find out with this game 2 for sure.
The Dream Bomb for Alex looks a little bit more appetizing after seeing the elephant at the end of the last game. Kind of knowing that it creates a blowout opportunity with the potential of Bryce turning the elephant sideways, saying this is a big guy that's usually immune to yellow's BP reduction effects, and thinking, I'll be able to get my free refresh and continue the game on, have magic and cores available to me, and that leaves the door open for a potential blowout for Alex to say, no, I'm going to Dream Bomb your elephant. You don't get the refresh that you were depending on. Your team is tapped out. Your cores are stuck in your trash, and I'm going to take advantage of this next turn. That is a potential thing that could happen. It's maybe something that has totally happened to me playing against my own brother. I'm not just describing my own traumatic experiences playing this game. But we saw the cards. We saw the lines of play that could potentially lead to that situation arising in this game. I have a strong suspicion that Bryce is a much better player than I am and might not leave himself open to such an opportunity.
Yeah, Bryce is another player that we've seen. For those that know him, again, who've been watching some of the Grand Opens, he's done well in a few of the different events and has always played a spicy brew, which is what I really sincerely appreciate. I know I covered it on the channel a while ago, and they had the opportunity to just I love what you put together. There's always an interesting twist on it that we haven't seen in a lot of these Grand Opens. So again, top 4 of the Pro Tour, undefeated in Swiss. I mean, he has definitely shown his strength this weekend. Has had a very good run with his, again, going undefeated in Swiss into now top 4. So the 8-0 that we have right now getting to this point, and $6,500 in his pocket at a minimum here going into game 2.
It's got to feel good. There is definitely a power to playtesting with your team, figuring out what the best deck is, running it together. Kind of having that camaraderie, that communication. But I love the lone wolf coming in with his spicy brew and performing so well.
Yeah, having the Fable Beast package. We talk a little bit about set 3 and how it developed, where Gale as the Highlands and playing just the Tokiwa and Beldegors and maybe a couple other Gale units, using that as an engine to advance your game plan. Getting all those extra cores has been really important, right? We did see that red-green Nova Gale list here in the Pro Tour. We saw it earlier in the season as well at a Grand Open, where we were getting to see that red-green hype kind of coming together and being the support for one another. that Fatal Beast is, a little bit greedier, where you want to have a high Fatal Beast count for your Paradise. You have a lot of yellow cards that say, hey, for Blessed Cathedral, as we're seeing here on both sides of the board now,
Oh,
Blessed Cathedral cares about yellow spirits. So it's a little bit more, locked in at that regard. But I think your top end is a bit more flexible with yellow because of the Fatal Beast support that we've seen for these first 3 sets.
wow, exactly the opening that we feared, only with respect to the 20-minute marker that we're at. Both players laying down their nexuses with their engines online, meaning that this is going to be a true battle of attrition. They're both going to be able to draw cards, ramp cores. Well, ramp cores on Alex's side so far. Oh, no, sorry. Card draw on Alex's side.
Right.
Core on Bryce's side as well. I'm not seeing... Is it just a pile of magic in Bryce's hand right now?
Yep, it might be. And Alex planning that this, for as much as we've seen yellow on stream this weekend, and it's a play that I talked about time and time again, I'm pretty sure this is the first time where we got to see that Paradise into Carbuncle for 1 to draw a card kind of come together. And he finally got to streamline that. But again, because we are doing this in combat, we are going to see a core ramp from the Dual Eagle dying, but definitely a card that we want to kind of get out of there as quickly as possible, because Dual Eagle is an MVP in this matchup.
Carbuncle, another one of those... one of the really neat things about Battle Spirit Saga is that some of the spirits are kind of bland. Some might even describe them as being vanilla. But they've got some really neat knobs to tweak with the way that the production system works and the leveling up function works, that the Carbuncle just overstated for what it is. It has the correct creature type to synergize with the Nexuses. So it makes for a great early play. Can hold opponents at bay, or it's big enough to start rumbling over and taking away their life totals.
Yeah, you know what's better than 1 eagle is 2 eagles. So we're having Dual Eagle come back again with another card draw, and this is pretty much everything Alex is going to want from a, if you assume that we want to play out a game 2 resolution, this is a great opener from Alex's side of the board. You get those Dual Eagles, you get the Phantasmal Paradise early on, knowing that it's going to stick, get a bunch of card draw, gain a bunch of life, and just kind of take the tempo of the match from there. So very, very strong start from Alex Blandon's side, while Bryce, again, we did see that flood stream, we did see a bit of magic, and looks like he's just not able to stream together some spirits here in the top 4.
Bryce playing 2, running out of Hippo. He does finally have a spirit to hit the board.
I think he forgot to ramp for the turn there. It was cut off camera, so it looks like he has 3 more to play with. Here we have the option to, send over an attack. We either heal 1. We're not going to be able to block the Dual Eagle, and, make our opponent think like, hey, I don't want to block this 2K Spirit because I'm not going to give you a core and let you draw a card off the Cathedral. But hopefully building up some reductions for our next turn that Bryce can, find an engine online, be it the Hex Knight, be it his own Paradise, but double, yeah, it is. Oops, all magic, it turns out. Double Ice Shield, Floodstream, and Thorn Prison is a very rough hand to see into this board state when Alex is just drawing 2 cards a turn and getting to just churn away with spamming the board.
Definitely seems like Alex got the tighter setup earlier on and might be able to get his value engine running just much hotter, faster than his opponent, just like the last game. And there comes the Hex Knight, another source of card draw, especially with the Eagle and the Hippo on the board. Blessed will trigger the Hex Knight's draw effect.
Yeah, we play a lot of 4-ofs in this deck for this reason. We talked about the deck size. We talked about just wanting to be more consistent. And Alex did draw, the 6 key pieces that you really want, right? Like the Carbuncle giving you that early draw for 1 is super important, gets you vanilla on the board for anti-Genbu. The Dual Eagle just being your key spirit that can get the Blessed through and making sure they can't be blocked by level 1s. And then, of course, the Hex Knight as well, that it's saying, hey, I am drawing even more cards for me every single turn. So definitely on this side, Alex has kind of all of the pieces that he wants. And at this point, it's just try to control the board state, making sure I'm going through my deck to get all the extra cards that I want, and winning from there. But going up to 7 life on Alex Blandon's side.
And Bryce is forced to fire off his Thorn Prison, tap down Alex's other spirits to stop the continuation of the swing to close out the game. Bryce playing kind of the same lines that he had to do last game. Can I string together enough ways to stop Alex's attack, to dig to some of my answers? And I think he's starting to run short a lot faster in this one. This one might be a little much quicker of a game than the last one we saw.
Yeah, this is very painful to see when we look at Bryce's hand again, not finding the Hex Knight. And again, at the core of it, these two decks do have kind of that same principle setup, right? You have the early Fabled Beast support. You have the Hex Knight, especially on Dual Eagle, kind of being the two key pieces to be extra draw, extra resilient threat. And we just see, oops, all magic here from Bryce's side. So it is really just Alex's game to continue to run away with it and run away with it with twice Phantasmal Paradise. But, you know, generally speaking, when you have one Phantasmal Paradise and you get to keep it on board for a few turns, it's going to find you a second one, and it just snowballs from there.
Going to find you a second one. It's going to keep finding your Fable Beasts, and you're going to keep that engine running. It's like adding a second engine to your train.
Looks like we're doing some core counting here just to see what we have access to, but...
Yeah, Bryce may be considering if he has the ability to play the Floodstream and a Dream Bomb. Can he remove something? Slow Alex down just a little bit.
Giving the +1 to all Fabled Beast is the level 2 on the Phantasmal Paradise. That's what we saw 2 cores move back that way. Probably respecting like a Volcanic Break, making sure the Eagle is staying alive.
Kaz, did you catch what Bryce set into his Burst Zone?
I believe it was the Floodstream. Because he had 3 Floodstream, right? And he's only had 2 in his hand?
3?
Or it might be. Or was it an Ice Shield?
He's still holding
now?
the 2 Ice Shields.
We're going to go up to 8 life from Alex for the Blessed Trigger. We're going to gain the... now we're going to see in the combat here, getting a Floodstream down.
Floodstream's going to remove that Dual Eagle. He will have his revenge.
Yeah, I think at this point, right, we just think about having the removal side of it versus Alex, who is drawing effectively 4 cards a turn now, right? Floodstream already doesn't feel great because at best you're just going to 1-for-1 in this scenario. You're also giving your opponent a core off of Blessed Cathedral, so you're already down like half a card that way. But now realizing the value that Alex has on his side of it, you know, it doesn't. You're not dead, right? You're not losing the game per se, but it does not feel good at all to Floodstream into this board state. And off the top, I'm not sure if we got to see what that was. I know the Ice Shields are still in there. There's another Floodstream. And yeah, just having a hard play the Genbu and just get another big body on board. Can make the Hippo unblockable, right? But he does have the Carbuncle that is sitting at 4K. We don't have the Phantasmal Paradise to make it a 5K. So it is nice to see the Genbu. It's a 10K blocker. That's important. And we've already answered 2 Dual Eagles, so he could keep this Hippo as a blocker if he wanted to. But it looks like we're just going to check it across the table, try to gain some life. And if Alex blocks it at all, he's going to ramp a core and draw a card on Bryce's side for the level 2 Blessed Cathedral.
And sometimes we like to shorthand the effects of some of the spirits. The Genbu doesn't make the Hippo unblockable. He makes him only able to be blocked by vanilla creatures, which the Carbuncle is. But in a lot of other situations, it would be effectively unblockable.
Yeah, and definitely remembering that Bryce had to play against a red-green matchup going into this. Something that he was definitely unfavored into by like the red versus yellow standards. We saw a few different yellow upsets within top 8 going into top 4, and it is heartbreaking to see this matchup go out this way with Alex Blanton just being so far ahead and now finding his own Genbu to say, hey, it's time to settle this, time to figure out how much we're going to be coming across with these Blessed Spirits. And then, of course, the Carbuncle can be sacrificed in a way to make the Hippocampo unblockable. That is unblockable restand as well.
And one more time, if you're interested in winning our giant Cthulhu Shark, our keyword for this round is !Genbu, which I think we nailed it, Kaz. I think we picked the right word for this round.
Yep. It was definitely the Genbu showcase time and time again. So as a reminder, that will be live for this one. We will have one more keyword for the final, so make sure you type !Genbu, and then you'll get a chance to win an entry towards the shark, which is behind me.
Bryce taking the hit. He's still holding on to, I believe, at least still 2 Ice Shields.
Yep, Alex just trying to think how he wants to sequence this.
He gets the draw off the Hex Knight.
Yeah, I was already thinking about his next attack. He's like, hold on, let me make sure I grab this really quick, because every card does matter. Ooh, potential Genbu trade. 10-10. We do have that soul core on it. Or no, I'm sorry. He does have the 2 cores on Phantasmal Paradise, so it is 11K Genbu to the 10K. I did not see the Tic Tacs blending into the white background there.
There's finally the Ice Shield out of Bryce. Says, I'm not going to block your Genbu with mine. I'll take the 1 damage, but you will have no more attacks.
Heartbreaking. There's the Phantasmal Paradise right after he played his Fable Beast, so no way to get value out of it out of this turn. Play it out anyways. You know that there's not going to be any Burning Forces waiting for you around the corner. Can make your Genbu, the 11K on attack. So there's reasons to play it here, but knowing that we have an Ice Shield left in, Alex is definitely very up on this game. It's going to be difficult to see where this is able to kind of claw back from Bryce's position.
Yeah, just as you called it, Bryce does slam down his Nexus. He's got the opportunity. He's got the cores right now to pay for it. Might as well use the resources available to you while you have them.
Yep.
But at this point, I think Alex has completely turned the corner. Bryce is just slowly running out of ways to prolong the game. And definitely not seeing on his side of the board that's going to let him squeeze through to take out. Geez, what is Alex's life total up to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Alex is now up to 8 life. Not the highest we've seen today over this tournament, but highest one today, not the highest one for the weekend.
Yep, so we do see a Flood Stream to remove the blocker. We see a Flood Stream that's going to kill the Hippo, so he doesn't gain the life back. And then Alex is just going to speed through his turn. I guess we do get the draw off the Blessed Cathedral, and then we know how this game is going to go from this point with what's in Alex's hand. Just very unfortunate draws and oops, all magic. It was a Dream Bomb. There we go. Dream Bomb out of the... Oh, Judge Dream Bomb, too. Out of the burst. So that was a... Well, hey, we had a 40-minute game 1, and then we had a 13-minute for game 2. So, hey, you get to see both sides of this when the feast or famine really kicks in between these 2 decks.
Yeah, Alex much more on the feast side of that table. Got a D sideboard. I already shared their fist bumps. Solid sportsmanship we've seen all day here. And that'll be the end of this match, this round, as we head into our finals. Alex competing for either $25,000 or the potential to come in second place and win a giant, oversized supernova.
Yeah, I know everyone wants to hear what's happening on the other half of the bracket. We don't have it just yet for you, but we will see where that that lends us to see where the finals is going to be going. Oh, I can hear the screaming from the other room. Actually, it is a double upset. So I guess Caster Curse is not a thing this weekend. It is Caster Blessed is what it is. We see 2 Genbu finals coming up in a bracket that no one could have guessed. And
not heading into this top 8. It was red paired against yellow up and down the board, and we thought for sure that red had the favorable matchup, and yellow said, no, thank you. We're going to keep hanging on.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can hear that through our speakers, but it is literally just yelling behind us that is going on, getting ready for these finals, which will be then Alex Blandon versus Zach in the 60-card exact mirror for the True Duelist special. So again, huge shout out to True Duelist, the team that made the most members in the top 8 of this Pro Tour and have upset the top 8 all the way until the finals, winning through double red to get here to the final stage of the first and second. $25,000 to first place, $10,000 to second, and a giant card to second, as it were. But 2 players, Grand Open champions. We could not write this better. When we think about what players are making it to the finals, if you've been following the game for a while, 2 champions of the game here in Pro Tour 3.
It's almost like they know what they're doing.
They have spent a lot of time testing for this. It's for this exact moment. Again, $25,000 to first, $10,000 to second. And I think we're going to be taking a short break before we get into this final match, giving players a chance to breathe and then get into a mirror match of it. So there it is. Alex Blandon and Zach Bell are your finalists for Pro Tour 3. Wow, nobody could have predicted this bracket. I know every single person in the Discord was so set on a red versus red finals that was going to get there. Literally everybody in shambles for this, other than, of course, Zach and Alex, who made it to the finals and are playing it out.
We woke up saying it's going to be red as a mirror match. We sat down here saying it's going to be red as a mirror match, and it wasn't until the end of the top 8 top 8 results that we went, I think we might be wrong about something this morning.
Yeah, there's a lot to be excited about, again, watching these players' journeys. And also there's been a lot of conversations around player of the year. Who is the best Battle Spirits Saga player? And both Alex and Zach were in the running for this in terms of their Grand Open performances, how well they've done. And I think we're going to just have the undebatable closing of this chapter to say whoever wins this next match is the best player of Battle Spirits Saga for this year. Of course, we still have Worlds to go, but if you want to do what's happened in this technical year, it's all going to come down to this match happening very, very shortly.
Yeah, so stay tuned, stay with us. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with our finals after this.
And we're back, and it all comes down to this, a stage that has been carefully set over the last 2 days, and now the curtain pulls back to reveal yellow on yellow. Nobody saw it coming, but before we can get to that, let's talk about how you could win a beautiful Cthulhu Shark card. I know this is the last opportunity we're going to have here. We're going to do one more keyword, a couple rules, and some housekeeping to go over first. You've got to be in the stream when we announce the winner. And when that happens, you're going to have to send a DM to the Play TCG account there. It'll be right in the chat, very obvious and easy to find. If you're the winner, you message us. We message you back with the email address that you're going to have to complete the rest of the steps with. So very straightforward process, but you got to be present in the stream when we announce the winner, which will be after the last final round here of the tournament. So just, we're all on the same page. I know everyone's very excited about this giant card. We can't wait to see it get out from behind us. So somebody please win this thing. Putting a pin in that for now, though, let's get back to the real drama that is about to unfold at this final table, final round, final day of the third Pro Tour for the first year of Battle Spirits Saga. It has been a roller coaster leading up to this moment. Cosmic and I have seen all sorts of crazy things play out on this board. And now it comes down to two players with an identical list, sizing each other up, looking for those moments of opportunity. Perhaps it was inevitable that yellow did wind up here. I know we kind of discounted it early on, figured it was the underdog going up against red when we saw that nice, beautiful slice and half pie earlier with red and yellow roughly equally represented among the top 8. And now somehow we're at a finals with yellow versus yellow. Cosmic, how did we end up here, and what can we expect to see in this final match?
Yeah, I think a lot of this, too, we've seen, as we talked about time and time again leading into this top 8, card game variance is a very real thing at the end of the day. We saw just back-to-back upsets in terms of how the matchup should go. You know, all the data is there in the world, and all the play testing and hours spent on saying, man, even Zach himself said that they played the matchup last night and won exactly 1 out of 12 matches. And not only did he climb back on stream, he climbed back again in top 4 to make sure he beat red not once, but twice, winning that what seemed like impossible matchup. So yes, chat kind of already figured it out. But I think the only appropriate word we could have here for the final round, and yes, we've done a Battle Spirits themed keyword for every single round, but in respects and as a huge shout out to True Duelist making it to the finals with 2 exactly 60 card mirror match we're about to watch. The keyword is !crazy. Yes, my deck is crazy, as they're going to be saying nonstop coming out of this. So we're going to have Zach and Alex face off again. 2 players that have done a great job throughout all season long. I shouldn't even say all season, because season being we've had 3 of them this year, but all year long, these 2 players have shown time and time again while they are some of the best in this card game. And as I mentioned, they are playing here for arguably, I'd have to go back and run the numbers to be exactly sure. Maybe I kind of counted it too early, but they are playing for Player of the Year in this very match. Now, yes, Worlds will play a small role of that, but in terms of performance and how consistent they've been, it's not just the 25 grand and the bragging rights for this match. It is 25K bragging rights between them in this match, and then also bragging rights for Player of the Year, kind of up on the board here today.
Yeah, a lot riding on this for sure, and the vehicle of choice to get you into this position, Fabled Beasts, which is not as flashy maybe as the red deck, which can have some really explosive turns, can do some incredible stuff. You got the dual hearts, you got the life gain from Nova, you have those really big turns. Fabled Beast, much more by the numbers, little advantages over time that add up in a way that can put you in winner's seat over and over again. We've seen it for 2 days now. The nexuses work well with the spirits, which work well with the magic. You've got synergy on all pages of your playbook here. Everything you want to do. You want to gain life. You want to stretch the game out. You want to be aggressive. You can pilot this deck any number of different ways. And I think that's going to make for a really dramatic final matchup here, because even though the lists are exactly the same, the strategies here can be wildly different. And we're going to get to see how that all plays out.
Yeah, I definitely think that there's a lot going in this matchup too, right? So we saw Alex Blandon in that last round get the high roll as streamlined as possible you could ask for in the yellow mirror, which caused him to win that game. And then on the other side of this, we've seen Zach, who's had to battle through red, not once, but twice to get to this point at the finals. Like, this is everything coming together for these two players saying, look, we've made it to the finals. It's great to see you, but only one of us can win the $25,000 today.
And we'll find out who it's going to be pretty soon. But a little bit of housekeeping here first as we shuffle up and get ready to kick things off.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, so a quick run of show, as it were, for the last couple, hour for this game if it goes to time, as it were. But we're going to be doing the finals match. We're going to get a winner's interview set up for either Zach or Alex. And then, of course, we're going to be doing that giveaway at the very end. So looks like we are finally ready to start. We got the fist bump to start things off, and your finals of Pro Tour 3 begins now. Okay, I was like, wait, did something happen where there's a little bit of a animated talking back and forth and started too soon or whatnot? But no, it looks like we have the Nexus turn one from both players. And again, because it is more of a mirror match, it's going to be kind of a streamline the first couple of turns, and then some interesting points of interaction back and forth. But at least between these two, I'd much rather have the Paradise start because it allows me to draw cards immediately in this matchup.
Yeah, keeping up that card velocity going to be super important. Again, not a lot of ways to surprise your opponent so much as overwhelm them with value, since you both know exactly what the other is packing.
Yep, and you know what's better than one Paradise is going to be two of them. So we talked about getting that advantage on online early, and that two of Beldegor playing an important role here again.
Yeah,
as we saw in the semis, now making an appearance here in the finals with Beldegor killing a Hippo once more.
A nice guest to bring to your Fabled Beast party, I suppose.
I do love the speed matches going against one another right now, because again, these are two players who have play tested a lot together and had the opportunity to probably play the mirror match at some point, so they know the various lines for it. And we're just going to see kind of a quick sequence of these opening turns until they find the kind of the key pieces that are going to close out the game for them. But yeah, double Paradise now. I mean, that's got to be feeling pretty good on that side of things. So Hex Knight talking about draw, but it looks like we didn't have a Fabled Beast to follow up with it, but it is a 6K blocker that can help us, pass off for another turn. I wonder how much friendly banter is going on the table now versus like them focused on the match, because I feel like we're getting a little bit of a friendly banter that's happening here between the two. So, both players have a Gembu in their hand, it looks like. Both have an Exhaust Nexus, if I remember correctly. So they have some of those like late game key turning plays that we'd expect to see from these decks in terms of like getting the lead on, but still waiting to see where that Flagellum comes into play, waiting to see what other Fabled Beasts we can get. But again, Alex effectively going to be drawing 3 cards a turn with a double Paradise opener is going to be huge. All right. Early Genbu. But again, that's a Genbu that's still going to draw us 2 cards. And they know the exact cards that are in each other's deck. So this Genbu otherwise is very safe. It's going to make our guy unblockable here. Because he only has the 1 core, he's not going to get the blast. The Crocodile does need to have a 1 extra core on him. But it is setting ourselves up for, again, going wider the next turn and having more blast come online.
So what can Zach do to catch up in this position already? I mean, he's not super far behind, but if he wants to prolong this as long as possible, what's his best path?
Yeah, it's hard to say, right? Again, the double Paradise coming online early definitely gives the game 1 favor to Alex. We do see the Flagellum in his hand. Oh gosh, was that double Genbu, I think even. So it looks like he is just finding too much of his top end. We do have a Flagellum and 1 Exhaust Nexus, which is nice. That can definitely play a big role here, but that's only going to be a minus 5k reduction. So he does need to find a second piece to make sure that this Flagellum is clearing through. There is always the option of swinging with the Flagellum using the Exhaust Nexus, Luster returning it to hand, and then swinging with another Spirit so you can replay that Exhaust Nexus. But I think you definitely want to try to find pieces where you can streamline off 1 attack instead of opening yourself up to like an Ice Shield breaking up the combo.
Right.
I guess so. What, we have three reductions on board. I think the silver core is on that, so we can swing, and then what it would be 4 core. So no, I can't keep Flagellum level 2 and use it this turn. So it looks like it just might be attack across to kind of chip in the damage here for the Flagellum attack, and then he just decides the next one's coming across anyways, knowing that he's going to have to Ice Shield versus the Genbu. Just getting those 2 extra points of damage makes sense. Yeah, so I think at this point we're just waiting to see, if how much Alex wants to extend his board and have a low core count on his spirits, which then opens up the Flagellum into Exhaust Nexus play. But Zach is revealing kind of that half of information here where it's like, hey, my Flagellum is on board, so if I have the Exhaust Nexus that I play a 4 of, you kind of have to respect it at this point. So at least, yep, they're coring up the Genbu, making sure it's a 10k. So at least that's going to survive the punish here if it is set up. And I notice a few more people in chat are just chiming in or including it. So as a reminder, the key word for this round of the final match is !crazy, because how crazy is it that we have a Genbu finals after what we saw the top 8 bracket look like? So flip the Ice Shield, stay at 3, shortcut it, and go into our turn. Hard to see what's in Zach's hand when he is going a mile a minute with the shuffles and then putting it back down again. We do know that there is at least 1 Exhaust Nexus. The Genbu and the Dual Eagle survive those, so he definitely needs a second one, which would be a board clear. But at this point, and what, Thorn Prison was the last one? Yeah, this is very heavily favored going to Alex's direction here.
Yeah, you have to figure even if Zachary does find a way to deal with the spirits Alex has, I don't think this list plays any sort of Nexus interaction. So he can't clear those. So Alex will already have some building blocks to go off of and can just reestablish himself. So even answering what's on the field doesn't really get you too far ahead in this match.
Nope. So we see the Flagellum come online with the Exhaust Nexus, so it's going to give minus 5k to the board because it is bigger. And now is opening up the play that if he wants to swing with the Hex Knight, he can play that second Exhaust Nexus, or that same Exhaust Nexus back in hand for a second time to be minus 8k, but that still doesn't address the Genbu in the room. Looks like a little bit of a back and forth. We do know that Alex has a grip of cards by comparison because he was able to stick those Paradise early and just get the card advantage going. So have to see if he has his own response from hand here or if he's just going to let the second Exhaust Nexus be a thing, but then keep his Genbu alive. Like we said, we're going to see a couple early games kind of speed run into these board states, and then we're going to take some time and think about them. And then we're going to do the same thing across the other side, where Blandon's going to take his turn, get to draw 3 cards, because the Paradise is going to get him two more cards, almost certainly, and then see how we want to develop from there. Yep, there is the Carbuncle play for 1, getting to draw 2 cards. Yeah, I think we're just going to try to see, you know, a Thorn Prison possibly come online, try to maybe find a Blessed unit for the Hex Knight to draw a card and try to find some more pieces for Zach, but definitely a bit of a rough spot in here, staring down that Genbu and Dual Eagle plan.
Yeah, it looks difficult, but we have seen Zach climb back out of stickier situations than this, so we can't write anything off just yet.
So Thorn Prison coming online, making sure he gets rid of those other 2 attackers just to protect his life total. So staying at 3, going down to 2, then staying at 2 since he doesn't have the Ice Shield, just the 1 damage. But Blandon is going to heal up thanks to the Blessed off Dual Eagle. Looked like his own Paradise off the top. Yes, it was. So now we get to see, okay, what type of card engine do we get going back our way with a Genbu come online and draw 1. And I think that was just the second Exhaust Nexus. So Exhaust Nexus for 4 total. How many cards do you have? So there's 1 on the Hex Knight. And he has to keep 1 on the... So 2 and then 2. So yes, he has exactly enough cores. I think there's double Exhaust Nexus in his hand because he has the 5 reductions on board, and Flagellum needs to stay at level 2 for the effect, so it can only go down to 3 cores. But the problem is, if he extends out with the Exhaust Nexus, removes his 2 other blockers, it's basically just saying, hey, Alex, surely you don't have 2 spirits in that grip of like 20 cards that you have, right? Nah, he probably does, turns out. But this is definitely the turn where if Zach had the ability for like an Ice Shield or just had this a turn earlier, getting the Flagellum Exhaust Nexus kind of combo online is pretty big in this matchup. Yep, so keeping Flagellum at level 2, paying 1 of the cores off of the Genbu, and then again, the problem here, if he wants to cast the second one and remain the effect of Flagellum, you have to pay that 2 cores off your other spirits. Yep, and that's just it. So we're going to go into game 2 here. Again, very quickly, as we've seen time and time again, where the Paradises just really dictate the flow of the game. You know, Alex got him online game 2 of the semis, and now have it in game 1 for the Paradise, just running away with the match, it feels like, from a card advantage and streamlining standpoint.
Yeah, well, when you've got 2 players who know the deck inside and out, and they know what it's capable of, and all of the peaks and valleys that they're going to encounter, you can just kind of do the dance as if by memory and solve the puzzle that much faster. So sideboarding, do we expect to see different decisions, or is there a established plan that you just stick with, throw what you know kind of a thing? Or do you try to outfox the fox?
They gave me a little bit of the inside knowledge.
Okay.
They're both just going to end up sideboarding into the Luster package here. So they have the Michaela and the Ryut stuff out of the sideboard just to cancel that out on both sides. And it's going to be just that mirror match, again, with both players knowing exactly what the other is bringing in. Again, this is 2 teammates in the finals. They've tested a bunch together. They know exactly what the other person is bringing in. So we're going to see not only a 60-card mirror match, right? You think about game 1, 50 cards, or I should say 50 cards in the same main deck. They are now so set that they're going to see the same 50-card mirror happen in game 2 because they're sideboarding in the same thing. So definitely going to be interesting to see how this one develops out. But with that said, it looks like Alex Blandon did take a quick step away from the table for a little bit. Zach is going to go ahead and sideboard out, just gesturing that, Alex left me all alone at the finals table, but Alex taking another a quick break, as it were, before we get into game 2 of this match. But yeah, I think, going back to the stats that we had, right? So yellow was the most played deck in the tournament today, and not a lot of red, all things considered, just kind of thinking back to the data breakdown that we saw and had the opportunity to pull up. And I'm just doing it on my phone here now because I have all the various graphics that we have. And we'll definitely make sure that we confirm this. I know that Play will most likely tweet it out so you can see all the different data sets that we have, but there's actually like 7 different data breakdowns that we have on our phone. So again, just looking at it from an overall standpoint, and we have the top 8 matches. Oh, there we go. Thank you to our hidden producer behind the scenes for us. Looking at the overall deck view again, kind of going into this, we did see, Star Dragons and Red mid-range, kind of the other two, with 12 counts, being a little bit different in their variety, but as much as we saw from the Purple Smack deck, all things considered, but then only the couple Pterosaurs and the red-green Gale / Nova side. So I have to say, Yellow Fabled Beast had a pretty good lineup into this weekend, and we have to expect that, the True Duelist team is really known for playing red as much as they can, and they all made this pivot to Fabled Beast, and now we have 2 of them in the finals here, right at the very end. So
in hindsight, it was a good call. I mean, the deck just has proven itself to be resilient and flexible and still maintain that aggressive edge that team really likes, that they normally have with red. So it's almost like a reskin of their favorite strategy, but now with the extra oomph that you get from the right combination of Nexuses and Spirits that all just play off each other. And it worked. I mean, looking in the rearview mirror, you can say, yeah, we made a good call here. It got a lot of our team deep into this tournament, and we're all going to have a nice little Christmas bonus coming for it for our wisdom. So things are working out. The mood is pretty light. I mean, you got friends here, teammates competing, but I don't know. When you get to the split between 25 or 10,000, I don't know if my best friend is worth 15K. I mean,
No, again, it's not just the money; it's the bragging rights for Player of the Year on here too. So I'm sure that. And again, I got to go back to thinking about what the bracket looked like for Zach. Like, that is the number one thing that sticks out to me, no matter what happens going into this game too, as players are shuffling up. Zach had to be double red to get to this point. I mean, the stars aligned perfectly for him to get to the finals match here. And again, as we had a chance to talk to him right before top 8 started, it's like, hey man, it's variance at the end of the day. We've all been there. No matter how much we prepare sometimes, there are just external factors that you're blessed by the universe, and it carries you to that finals. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. Zach obviously being a great player that's performed time and time again over this entire season. But man, to beat red twice, you just got to be on cloud 9, feeling great to be here in the finals.
Yeah. Certainly worth looking at a lottery ticket on the way home, maybe, just to see how far your luck will carry you.
Yeah. And the other thing we got to mention here too is still up to this point, Zach has a 100% win rate on stream. So there is the opportunity where we see a game 2 and game 3 clawback for Zach to take everything down. But Alex is up a game here going into game 2.
Well, the story remains unwritten. Anything can happen here, and we've been surprised time and time again in this series.
Yeah, I know some players are asking about deck list as well. Those, of course, will be posted after. There is a bit of approval process that goes to it through the back end. Now, of course, there is the 4 Genbu decks were all the same. 2 of the Nova decks were the same. So there's only 4 different there. Yeah, I can do math really quick. There's only 4 different decks technically in top 8 for how it all worked out, but players, of course, can share them out themselves. I am not allowed to cover them until they get through the approval process and all that, but when they are published, you know that we will be sharing them out in the official channels, as well as within the Facebook, Discord, Twitter, community groups, and all that as well. I see there's some confusion in the chat that's going on. So again, just to be clear, these are 2 teammates that are in the finals, but no splits can happen. That is not allowed here. So they are, again, playing it out for the bragging rights, the money, and everything to be, I'm sure that the team chat between them is going to be spicy the next couple days. Are we getting out the winner core so they can both have the winner core? Because Zach already has one. And I know that Alex has, if I'm not mistaken, somebody in the chat, keep me honest, but Zach has won events Blandon has won events outside of the United States. He's won a couple Grand Opens, but I don't believe he's ever gotten anything from the U.S. soil. So Alex, of course, wanting a home win himself if he can take down this game too.
Yeah, and again, just to address the confusion in chat, when I mentioned earlier the split between 25 and 10K, I meant the difference in prize tiers and fighting for first or second place. I'm not implying that these players will split the total prizes. I'm saying the step between first and second place makes it worth fighting for, and that's exactly what these two guys are doing.
Yeah, Zach looking to increase his overall winnings for the year, being pretty nice, and Alex looking to take a little bit longer of a vacation if he if he wins $25,000 for this event and getting some extra time before Worlds, where there's even more on the line. So I think Blandon is just definitely looking forward to extending his yearly vacation at this point if he wins the $25,000. So it looks like we need a re-sleeve. It looks like the oversleeve must have split or something. That's the downside of having the art sleeves or character sleeves, sometimes as people call them, is that because they are manufactured a little bit differently, they are very prone to splitting.
A bit more fragile. So in this matchup, being that it's a mirror, are you looking to go first or second?
I want to slam down that Nexus as quick as possible and get that engine going. If that's right or not, I honestly couldn't tell you because I haven't played this mirror match a lot. But generally with yellow, I always want to go, in my experience, turn 1 Paradise, turn 2 Hippo, gain a life, draw a card. And that is definitely what we want to see coming from these players. Which, to be fair, Blandon had game 1. So that is, the opener that we'd love to see when we're playing yellow. So while we've had a couple technical delays and hiccups over the course of the weekend, I'm glad it was overall a great showcase, here at the Pro Tour in Portland. Again, getting to see some good games. But I think overall, when we think back to kind of what was on stream most often, it was yellow time and time again. So, it is fitting in that way that we are seeing the yellows kind of facing once again here in the finals.
Yeah, definitely been building up to this moment over the last 7 rounds yesterday, 2 more today. And again, I am struck by how efficient this deck just is. I mean, all the parts really hum. Everything comes together nice and smooth. You've got a consistent plan, but you got some flexibility. And you're not as dependent on those single haymaker plays. You just have good, solid advantage that just stacks up over turn after turn after turn.
Yeah, and we really love to see the decks that are just, all 4 ofs and a couple 3 ofs, really just trying to max out on that consistency play because you want to find your Paradise and want to find your draw engines as quick as possible. And, Thorn Prison really being the MVP, that almost feels like the Zach blessing that he had given to the team as they were testing on it, because Zach has done a lot of work with Thorn Prison over the season overall. And I know a lot of the Yellow Failed Beast lists were only on, 1 to 2 a lot of times, and we got to see the full 4 here from these players.
All right, well, it looks like we are ready to get this game moving. Players are looking at their opening cards, making that crucial mulligan decision.
All right, getting a chance to get this set up, done, resolve mulligans, all that good stuff. And then I'm sure we're going to see some rapid fire plays here again. As we saw in game 1, a lot of players kind of know what their setup is looking like, kind of the key cards they're looking for their first couple turns. And then when we start to get into more of the, the flagellum turns and things of that nature, it's all gas from there. But Alex Blandon, once again, turn 1 Paradise. Are we going to see turn 2 Hippo once more?
Well, looks like Zach's got his Hippo.
Man, not keeping a Nexus here. So Zach looks like he probably kept from the Flagellum and Exhaust Nexus, knowing how important, again, this is kind of a luster top end that they're sideboarding into. But man, no, that Nexus, the hand otherwise with no Nexus definitely feels bad, knowing how important that is with what we saw in game 1. And we'll see if Blandon has another Nexus to follow that up with. Nope, he just has the Runner Classic, as we mentioned, with the Phantasmal Paradise into Hippo, into, well, I guess at this point it's like, hey, you have a 4K blocker there, so I can't send my Hippo across as freely, but
Yeah.
hey, at least I got to draw a card. So just a pass here, but Alex is very happy to draw the card. All the same, he's up in X's, up a card, and is sitting pretty.
Yeah, it's one of those turns that doesn't feel great in the moment. You want to be establishing the rhythm. You want to be applying that early pressure and fattening your life total. But hey, coming up a card and just keeping those wheels of your economic engine moving still advances the game in your favor. So Alex has got to be content with that for now.
Holy cow, the double Hex Knight draw engine with another Hippo. Looking really scary all of a sudden. So just measure out a Hippo, get a card draw, see what it lends to us. But depending on what Zach is able to set up, I mean, Hippos with double Hex Knight threatening 2 draws apiece, is going to help shoot him into the stratosphere of being ahead on card count if he lines it up correctly.
Zach finally lands a Nexus of his own.
All right, might have more of a game here. We each got a Paradise apiece. Very fair, very balanced games. Love to see it. Draw a card. And from here, we're going to see, of course, because we had to pay out the cores, we have to spend a turn developing our board because all our spirits are smaller. And it's going to pass to Alex to see how he wants to follow up with this. But now on Zach's side, we're getting more of the, hey, we have our Hex Knight, we have our draw engine from the Spirit side of it, we have our draw engine from the Nexus side of it. And now all I need is to find a way to connect these Blessed Spirits to really start the card advantage going for either player. Okay, now they're Hex Knight. So again, as I mentioned, those mirror matches really starting to play a piece here. The Phantasmal Paradise making the Hippos 3Ks, which is really important for if you want to attack out. But that Hex Knight is still 4K at 1, which is really important for being a blocker to set up here.
Yeah, that Hex Knight, another one of those spirits that's not a fabled beast, but plays really well with what that whole strategy is all about. Definitely deserves a home in this deck.
Yep, so now we have the back and forth of, hey, it's a 4K. You can only trade with your Hex, or do we just want to cycle a card with the Crocodile jumping in front so we can't draw that way? And then, of course, the Hex Knight can still block the other Hippo. So, again, we're going to see which Hex Knight kind of takes the lead in this mirror match, as it were, be it by Nexus count, be it by these Hex Knight triggers. But right now, both players trying to figure out a way where they can crash through with these blessed targets so they can start drawing some cards. Trying to doing our best to see what else is in Zach's hand, but he is just keeping it perfect, even, you know, up and down with it. So, yep, there is the other Hex Knight that we knew about to try to threaten the extra draws, but not sure what else he might have picked up. You know, he fanned it. Did you get a look?
Yeah,
I totally saw that.
Let's go to the slow motion instant replay.
Oh, man.
Somebody screen cap it. There we go. So we have Exhaust Nexus, and I blinked. End of list.
Okay, I see Michaela. I see... you know, hey, at least we got to see Michaela in the finals. That's always a spicy thing to see and get to play the game of who got to see the better Michaela reveal and how much you want to set up. So again, a very even kind of back and forth here from the players trying to figure out where they can get in that card advantage on each side, figuring out where the draw is going to come from. But it looks like Blandon now has his second Paradise online, which again, this is now saying, hey, I'm drawing 2 to 3, or 3 cards a turn, and it just comes down to the card advantage side of it. So here's Crocodile, here's going to be a draw 2, and of course the wonderful question of, are we going to draw another Fabled Beast? And of course we are going to keep seeing them. Appreciate both players keeping their hands extremely hidden from the casters that we can't even get an insight into what they might be holding.
Just makes it more exciting for us as well.
Thorn Prison is interesting here too.
And Flood, I think.
Yeah, so Alex probably knows well if he tries to get into attack and then his opponent has Thorn Prison, it opens up for Zach to have the double draw effects off the Hex. So Alex being very careful here, knowing that his opponent is playing Thorn Prison, to not just let the Bless plus Hex Knight interaction run away. All right, looks like we're just going to have an Exhaust Nexus, which is going to clean up 3 of those spirits, it turns out, and reduce Hex to a lower count. Yep, just looks like it was an Exhaust Nexus and Pass for a 3-for-1. But again, we talk about all the time. Exhaust Nexus has had a great showing this weekend. It's really great when you compare it with Flagellum, and it's really great of thinking like, man, I got to 3-for-1 my opponent.
Yep.
In every other card game, that would feel so good. I'd be like, you know what? In Magic and other card games, like, I am so far ahead now instantly. And then you look on Alex's side of the board, and you still see those 2 Phantasmal Paradises, which are going to draw him back in, even though he just lost most of his board. So, you know, seeing that Exhaust Nexus go that early is not even that much of a pain point, but it does at least force Alex to spend a turn kind of rebuilding his board and figuring out what he wants to do to extend out those turns.
Yes. Yeah, Nexus, not so much a get out of jail free card as a let me stay and play a little longer, please card.
Yep, and now both players getting the, hey, we're going to stare down the double Hex triggers and see who's going to get more card draw that way. But we will see. You know, Alex, you know, turn after turn, because he's up on a Paradise, is slowly putting the percentages in his favor. But of course, a big Michaela turn or a big Flagellum turn could have a big swing on this board. Otherwise, just kind of staring at one another, 2 Hex Knights standing across the battlefield with their spears, looking at one another longingly, saying, will we fight today? Will we fight tomorrow? I don't know. And of course, Dual Eagle would make the blocking math a little bit more difficult, but it looks like we are just relying on hippos and crocodiles in this match.
Well, you fight the battle with the army you have, not the one you want. So,
of course, on both sides here too, you know, is the question of how many Gembus do they leave in, if any, knowing that they're bringing the Michaela package. But we do know that Zach has 1 Michaela in his hand, and I don't think we got to see one. I guess we haven't seen any of Alex's hand, to be fair, so it's hard to say. But we're going to just hopefully build up a board and see who gets the big flashy Michaela first.
Yeah. Michaela's great and all, don't get me wrong, but this deck seems to prioritize the Fabled Beast spirits, right? Because you need a critical density to work with the Nexuses. So reliably, how much magic, or realistically, what's Michaela going to find when she reveals those top cards? It's mostly going to be more spirits that aren't super useful. So
yeah, there's a lot of times where, you know, it's feast or famine for Michaela as well. Sometimes she's just going to give you nothing off the top, and you're just sitting there like, wow, what happened? I saw 6 cards, and none of them were a magic. And then I've had other times, be it locals or see some gameplay, where it's, you don't know how, but they rip 4 magics off the top, and you're like, oh, okay, well, that's a good card, it turns out. So I think most of the time that Michaela does want a larger or higher percentage of those magic cards, but you know, sometimes we've just seen it in Fabled Beast time and time again, where it does enough of a job that to get there.
That's true. The magic that this deck list, I'll be careful to phrase it that way because it's the same deck list. The magic that they do run is impactful enough that you probably don't need to hit multiple in that 6. I mean, just finding a timely Thorn Prison, as we've seen, can be enough.
A couple times today, we've seen that Thorn Prison just come down, clear out the blockers, and have Hex Knight draw us 1 or 2 cards. And because of the life swing, because of the card draw swing that you get out of that Hex Knight trigger, you know, you don't mind firing off that exhaust or that Thorn Prison to exhaust your board and then get in that extra point of damage.
Yeah.
All right, another Nexus coming on board for Alex's side with the Plus Cathedral. Now I guess we're going to see a Plus Cathedral war going on. So now we're playing the other Nexus mini game, as it were, between the players. But that's what happens when you have 2 yellow decks trying to get the cores that they want, because, you know, Flagellum and Michaela need a lot of cores. Now you want to draw the cards anyways, and it's a battle between, hey, what cards are we giving up to trigger our Cathedral even? Yeah, again, you can't really give up the Hex Knights because that is going to be one of your main draw engines as this game continues. You don't want to get hit by the opposing Beldegor. But there we go. We do see a Dual Eagle finally coming online, which again is a nice BP threshold hitting 6K and making it to where now Alex isn't able to keep his spirits as freely at level 1 because then they can no longer block Dual Eagle. And of course, the other blessed spirits once we power it up, which I think we have the Crocodile at 2 because that's the Metal Soul Core +1. And then the Hex Knights look to be 1 apiece as well. We really need to get some like hot pink cores that really stand out here across all the colors. But we do have those purple cores coming in the Evangelion collab set dropping in June. So I'm very excited for those. The first new color cores to be introduced into the game for the American side, or I should say the global Battle Spirits Saga side. Wow, was that triple Thorn Prison? So yeah, I guess we really were just Spirit Light on Zach's side of it and trying to find a turn where we can connect with these Hex Knights to really make them shine. Looks like there might have been a question at the table, so it looks like we're taking a quick judge break to answer a question. Nope, and then we're just going right back into Alex's turn. So just to pass with that Dual Eagle. And again, now that we are a little bit more into the round as well, I'd like to remind everyone the keyword for this round is !crazy, because it is so crazy. We see Genbu here in the finals with the true duelists facing off against one another. And of course, we are going to do a winter interview, and then you must be present to win the giant card. So definitely make sure to stick around on the stream until the very end, where we're going to find out who wins that giant card, because you will have to message the Play TCG Stadium Twitch account, which will be active in the chat and easy to find. So yes, just once again, putting in that quick update on the ruling. Okay, here we go. The first Michaela.
All right.
What are we going to see?
Spin that wheel.
7, just spin that wheel. 1, hit, miss, hit. Oh, that's I'm loving this. Okay, is the next one going to be hit? Okay, well, Floodstream and Thorn Prison and Exhaust. Okay, so 3.
Right.
Those are, again, as you mentioned, very high impact spells.
Yeah.
You're okay to see that.
I'd be happy to see 1 or 2 of those, but to get all 3.
You know, and we do see a Phantasmal Paradise there go to the bottom. But again, he already has 2 of them on board, plus a Blessed Cathedral. So I think you're doing all right at that point.
Yeah. Good pickups for Alex Blandon. Got to be feeling pretty confident here. Board is coming along nice. Nexus is doing their thing.
Yeah, and those Nexuses are so important for counting towards Michaela's symbols on board required to see the additional cards. So for those that don't know, Michaela counts the yellow symbols. Nexuses do help out with that quite a bit and let you dig deeper when needed. So now's the question, you know, does Alex have the Flagellum in hand already between them? Because if I remember correctly, I'm going to pop back to the list, there's only 2 Dream Bombs, right? So the 2 Dream Bombs are the really only out here to a Flagellum to interrupt that combo, so they don't just get to go wild with their Exhaust Nexuses for a turn. So we see the Carbuncle for 1, getting to draw cards, and I think Zach is saying, hey, I want to do the cool thing too.
Yeah. I'll see your Michaela and raise you one of my own.
All right, so we do need 4 cores. We'd have to give up the Cathedral. I guess the hardest part here is we know that Alex just saw an Exhaust Nexus. So at a minimum, we want to try to keep our guys above 3K where possible. There's no Flagellum on the board yet, but a Flagellum plus Exhaust Nexus combo is going to be devastating to Zach's board. Yeah, so just a little light on cores here, and it feels like it's almost the, you know, if you have it moment, because we saw that there's a lot of Thorn Prison. So kind of the other side of this, right? We know how heavy, magic heavy Zach's hand is. So how many hits are left in the deck at this point?
Yeah, I think his odds are not as good as Alex's just were.
Yep, so figuring out how we're paying for the cost completely really quickly, but this is going to be a Michaela for 7. Both players just like, hey, you got to do the cool thing for 7. I'm going to try to do the cool thing for 7.
Yeah.
A little bit of a back and forth. Looks like we're paying the maintenance cost off of the Carbuncle. So maybe only will be for 6 then if he's using the Carbunk as fodder here. So it looks like he's trying to meet BP thresholds, as we were just talking about. Want to try to make sure you're safe around that Flagellum, but unfortunately, with this board state, you really can't afford to play around it. So we'll see what we get here. So now for 5 instead. So good. Paradise, Cathedral, Absolute Ice Shield. Absolute Ice Shield's great. Another Michaela. Okay, so we get 2 out of the 5 there. And because we already had a Magic Heavy hand, I mean, that's pretty good to actually hold out. So we're going to use the Michaela probably as a defensive option here because it does make our spells from free hand, our magic from hand free. Woo, we're
Yeah.
only a 3-round day, but I'm clearly tripping over my own words. But Michaela allows a defensive play here because Zach just spent so many cores to set up this play. He needs to keep Michaela at level 2 for that effective play defensively. Or you can choose to burn the Ice Shield, but generally speaking, you want to save the Ice Shield where you can. So I think it will be those Thorn Prisons coming online for a defensive play. All right, going back to Alex's turn. Hopefully we can get a look here at Alex's hand if he picks it up and we can actually get the first look of it during all of game 2. But no, he said, I'm going to hold it on the table anyways.
We know he's got the magic cards that he just picked up with Michaela. I see Exhaust Nexuses. I see...
Oh, no, he just... Yep, he has it. He has the Flagellum. He has the Board Wipe. He has it all in this case. But how many cores does he have to give up, right? So you want to keep Flagellum at level 2, which is going to be 3 cores off that. You want to keep the Michaela at level 2 to make sure your stuff is free. It's always so... Is that... I think it's just 1 core on Hex Knight. So he would have to... Yeah, he would have to pass... up on the spirits to make sure Flagellum gets to the level 2 effect to make Exhaust Nexus have the most value. But I feel like you kind of have to, right? Like you answer your opponent's Michaela at the same time and kind of, if you know that Michaela and Flagellum is going to be the cornerstone of how these decks are going to win the game, I think you just have to fire it off here. And I think Alex also recognized that immediately as well.
You got to commit to the line.
I guess the question is now, does Zach have the Dream Bomb? Because I think that's the only thing that's gonna stop it here, or we're gonna see probably a very quick game resolution depending on what else is in Zach's hand. And again, for those that might not know the play that we were talking about here, because it hasn't come up too often just yet. Other did a lot during day 1, but Flagellum's level 2 effect, that is whenever you play a 5-cost magic or higher, your opponent's board gets -2k. When you look at Exhaust Nexus, that is now a 5k BP minus for each effect. And then when you pair it with the second one, that's 10k, and that is going to clear everything out of yellow's side of the board. So it looks like we didn't, we just passed, interestingly enough. We have the cores for Flagellum. We have the, the free magic effects for the Exhaust Nexus. He might just be trying to bait Zach into thinking he doesn't have it, but we have the caster vision here to say, like, no, Alex has all the answers in his hand that he could hope for here. So we saw the Floodstream, we saw the Absolute Ice Shield. Again, we kind of know he picked those up off Michaela, and then all Thorn Prisons all the way down from what we've seen previously. So definitely have to play a Fabled Beast here to draw the card to see if we can find a Dream Bomb. Nope. It's just the Flagellum in hand from both players now. So I guess it comes down to who is going to read their opponent first if they don't have it. Now, we, of course, again, have that perfect caster knowledge and getting to see both players' hands. But this is a very tense
classic
standoff.
Showdown at the OK Corral. Who blinks first?
And again, this is the finals. There's a lot on the line. I definitely understand the play it safe, make sure I have backup plans, make sure I have other options for what I can set up. But we know that there's no Dream Bomb in here to interrupt the Flagellum Exhaust Nexus combo, as it were, that is going to likely dictate this game.
Yeah, but every decision you make at this point is magnified, right? A good move you will feel great about weeks to come.
Yep.
Bad move is going to haunt you in your dreams, maybe years to come. So I understand the trepidation. I know not wanting to rush ahead and...
Oh, I guess just, read off the top, never punish, draw perfectly. That is a 1 of 2, isn't it? Hold on. Yep, that is a 1 of that he did not have in his hand and is going to lock Zach out from having any options here for playing it. Yeah, it's just look at the quad Thorn Prison. Unfortunate to not see any of the other interaction in his hand. So, yep, we're just going to core up the Ryut, make sure it's bigger than the offensive Exhaust Nexus, and this is just going to be this should just be locking up the game here. And I think Zach knows it too. Wow, I mean it's crazy how this goes,
continues.
but that Ryut just coming on play perfectly. I mean, there's not much else you can say, right? It came down at the exact time that it wanted to. We are going to see a draw and a ramp here from Zach's side, but
It feels like the timing was perfect, but you got to remember how many cards Alex has seen already. It was in a way inevitable. Even if it wasn't this turn, he could have sat there and waited for it to show up just to put the final screws in and kind of lock things into place for him. It was going to be there at some point anyway. So with that on the board, it's just a matter of walking through the steps here.
Oh, I missed the flood stream. Actually, I saw the Thorn Prison, missed the flood stream, so we do get an answer for the Ryut. So, does he have another Fabled Beast though? We saw the 4 Thorn Prison and an Absolute Ice Shield, but I think his hand was still Spirit Light. Okay, draw 2. Try to dig ourselves some answers, and again, looking at this Luster board of now Flagellum is still going to be answering a, hey, I am shrinking your board 10k every time. So even if we go through these ice shields and things of that nature, we're still in a spot where Zach has to climb out of this pit that he's in right now against that Flagellum. So Floodstream, Absolute Ice Shield, and a Dream. Okay, well, there's a Dream Bomb.
Okay.
Suddenly, that play I was just talking about is not as safe anymore.
Right.
But we do see a Michaela, I believe it was, a Flagellum go to the bottom off one of those cards. Well, we did say that we wanted some more magic, and here we are with getting even more magics to our hand. And of course, you can play off the Michaela for free, getting to Dream Bomb to interrupt the Flagellum. We know now that Alex does not have any more Ryuts available to him. And I guess we're just going to try to do the deck count and figure out what else is left in deck, knowing that I just cycled some to the bottom that were not magic hits. Going to do a little bit of deck counting, try to figure out what cards are left after we just saw so many get shuffled back through. And if Zach was counting, he should know what the order of the last cards are in his deck. I don't know if he counted through with the Michaela filters and turning things to the bottom, but he should have a very good idea of what his upcoming cards are. What an absolute grip he has, though, all things considered. But again, we know it's the oops all magic side of things. All right, using the Soul Core, it looks like, to try to get the Blessed ability in. So here he's trying to choose between a Soul Core of, am I going to gain a life? Am I going to let Michaela be the free-giving magic fact that we love that we're seeing here in the finals of the Pro Tour?
Yeah,
it's definitely hard to consider.
Feels with that hand full of magic, you kind of want to cash some of that in and just fire off as much as you need each turn without worrying about budgeting for it. But
yep, both players counting. Of course, we've drawn a lot of cards off Paradise. We've drawn a lot from the Michaela side of things. So definitely want to be mindful of where we're at in the Blessed Cathedral, milling effects or drawing effects to mill out our opponent if we want to, and kind of going to see where we leave off from there. Yep, so just getting a core here from the Blessed Cathedral trigger. And yeah, I mean, just kind of send it. You have the Thorn Prison. You have the Dream Bomb, so you can interrupt the Flagellum turn on the next turn. So no matter what, your Michaela is safe from this point. All right, Dual Eagle coming back down, saying we're both going to be gaining some more life here and going back and forth. Yep, the double exhaust nexus that we knew about. Drawing 2. Cathedral, because why not get more nexus on board?
Yep, and those are going to be sticking forever because there's no way to interact with them in this list.
Yep, and just setting a burst, and going to see Dual Eagle come across, knowing that Zach has that Dream Bomb as immediate answer. Just want to try to gain the life here where we can. Yep, and just the Thorn Prison, you know, one of many that we had talked about, but he is going to Flood Stream the Eagle as well, just to deny the healing here as well. Yeah, I almost wish there was a double heart shenanigans here that we could see from the Michaela, you know, wanting that soul core on her, but we are just going to try to play a fair game of these spirits coming out and making sure we're drawing extra cards. So there's the Dual Eagle on the opposite side going to draw us 2. So, you know, just kind of that back-to-back. Zach choosing to resolve these one at a time because, again, deck count is a very real consideration here.
Sure.
But I think it is just going to be seeing that, you know, who can get to that flagellum, clear the board, and just get that last bit of value out from the other player. And, of course, just checking some ice shields along the way. So it looks like we do now have the opposing flagellum coming online. We have the Michaela with the soul core. We kind of have everything lined up now, but we do still have a couple options from Blandon's hand because flagellum only goes up to, God, I have to think of the sequencing here. So Blandon gets first flash. Exhaust Nexus gives minus 3K. We know he has 2 in hand. So does he have enough cores to get through? Okay, yes, because the Michaela is still alive too, right? So we have the consideration of, like, does Alex end up using the Exhaust Nexus here from a defensive standpoint? But it looks like we are just going to have the Floodstream versus Dual Eagle once more as these kind of luster packages stand off one another and just stare each other down of saying, like, hey, who has the magic package at the end that wins the game here?
Just want to say, seems really unfair that you can drown a bird with flood magic. Like,
yeah, he's got the wings and everything, man.
That's a flavor fail if I've seen one.
He's up in the air having a good time. And you're like, I'm going to put you in a bubble, my guy.
Yep. Yep.
Yep, and now we see the beam rifle coming back the other way.
Hashtag Team Gundam.
Yeah. Yeah, once more, let us know if you're Team Gundam or Team Demo Bones for the SPR debate of Thorn Prison. Or if there's any OGs with the deers in there as well, but definitely a fan of the Demo Bones SPR. Both players trying to count, seeing how many cards they have left in deck, because every Paradise trigger now is a very real consideration of, like, how far into this do we want to go? I'm seeing a couple questions in the chat about the Seabed Lighthouse. There is no Seabed Lighthouse in either one of these decks. Again, it is a even post-board 50-card mirror match. And yeah, it's really interesting to see how this one plays out, where, you know, at least at a high level, you would think that the Exhaust Nexus plays and getting that, you know, massive board wipe on one side of it would just end the game on the spot. But we are actually seeing a lot more of a game here play out between these two decks.
Yeah, both sides set themselves up pretty well in the early game. Feels like we're kind of in a dragged out mid game here. No one's really found a way to break through and bring the end into sight. We're just kind of slugging it back and forth. I'll Thorn Prison your guy. I'll flood your bird. Just answer for threat, answer for threat.
Yeah, and we know, as we saw, such an advantage coming up early from Alex's side within that game 1. And, you know, game 2 here, we have a very more even Nexus count and kind of Michaela triggers and all that stuff that we're really seeing a true mirror match develop here is what it feels like. So definitely a nice improvement. But, you know, if you haven't already, make sure to grab a cup of coffee here. We might be in here for a long time if we go to a game 3. And maybe I'm starting to sink into that regret of not having the extra Red Bull for this match as it continues to play out. All right, sticking the second flagellum here, really getting the, hey, oops, all luster side of this package kind of put together for us. I'm sorry, triple. Oh, gosh, right, because flagellum is just anytime. So that's, okay, so whenever you cast a 5-cost or higher spell, every flagellum is going to trigger for the effect, because it just says during your attack step. Obviously, only the one that is attacking is going to get the luster trigger.
Yep.
But then a single Exhaust Nexus on this board means you have the 3K from Exhaust Nexus, and then you have an additional 6K that's coming from all those flagellums. So a single Exhaust Nexus now is going to be a complete board wipe from these spirits. And we know that Zach did find a Dream Bomb to protect himself from the counterplay of Flagellum, but the question now becomes, did Alex see his in time? Because, yeah, staring down this wall of I'm cracking your Ice Shield and board wiping you off of a single magic is wild.
Yep. Crazy, you might even say.
Yeah, crazy even.
Just to drive the point home.
Exclamation mark crazy in the chat. The other two go as well, which I'm sure they're going to catch here in a second. Alex is going to get the 2 cores from the Blessed Cathedrals. And now we play the, hey, where's the Ice Shield game?
Yep.
What a game we've had developed that Zach was able to pay 4 cores per each of these to put on the field and had enough cores still on the board to make them all level 3 with the 8K BP on each flagellum. But my goodness, that has got to be one of the biggest Exhaust Nexus plays that we've seen. I mean, just to say of the year at this point. Obviously, Flagellum being a key piece of that, which just launched in Set 3 Aquatic Invaders, but one that is only possible from the additional luster support we see here. So, yep, just check the Ice Shield, the Dream Bombs. Oh, he has both Dream Bombs, it looked like, actually. Zach has both of the pieces that he's looking for, and it is just going to be, I'm checking Ice Shield every turn now.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Well, Alex still has a healthy suite of Nexuses, deploys Flagellum of his own.
Yeah, Alex now just being in the board state of, how many of my own Flagellums can I now set up? Because 2 of the Flagellums plus of the Dream... 2 Flagellums plus the Exhaust Nexus then, right? It's going to be the 4 from the Flagellums triggering plus the Exhaust Nexus itself is only 7K. So you're still short on that. We know that Alex does have Exhaust Nexuses in his hand with enough cores because it is a 5-cost reduction spell. So it's pretty much just on Alex like, hey, show me you got something. I'll lose 5Ks, and then I'm just going to immediately follow up with that Dream Bomb so you can't board wipe me. So as we mentioned, there is the first Exhaust Nexus, and he's going to... Zach is immediately going to fire back that, oops, wrong card going back to hand. Fire back that Flagellum, meaning the Exhaust Nexus gets burned. Although I think that the Hex Knight should still die, right? There's only 1 on it. Okay, so Alex is going through the sequencing here. So it is the first Exhaust Nexus is -5. This Exhaust Nexus is now going to be -8, which is going to be a board wipe back the other way. And the Michaela.
Wow, so multiple turns of both players just building up, and then each of them says, well, let's start again. Let's wipe the slate clean and see who can come out on top the second time.
Yeah, the spirit count has got to be getting light from both sides of these decks, so it'll be interesting to see just who sticks what at the end that's able to claw through.
Yeah.
I think both players are going to be like, all right, how many spirits have we used out of this mirror match that we have here? Another Hippo coming online, getting to draw 2 here. But that Exhaust Nexus play, just a big role here in being able to clear out the boards time and time again. Alex did lose both of them because the first one got lost to the Dream Bomb, meaning the luster didn't work, and he just hard cast the second one. So I am not sure at this point how many Exhaust Nexuses that we've gone through on each side, but that is a major consideration outside of, what board wipes we have left versus just playing around the Thorn Prisons, because we've seen a lot of Flood Streams this game as well.
Right. But I believe all 3 of Zach's flagellums are now accounted for.
Yep.
And they're in the trash.
Poor flagellum flew too high to the sun. The wings have melted, and now we're in the trash.
You wouldn't think the sun is out here in Portland, but hubris strikes from all sides.
So Star Bless, we're just going to go into a deck count situation here, see what we're at. Yeah, just burning the Star Bless makes a lot of sense. I think Zach's getting too low on deck count here to keep up the draw, or might mill himself out.
Yeah.
I see another Hippo in the hand, so we have a couple more Spirits. At this point, it is just going to be a lot of deck counting back and forth, or excuse me, graveyard counting back and forth. You know, how many flagellums have you played? How many Michaelas have you played? How many Hippos do you have left? And just going through the exercise of how many Spirits do we realistically have left that can just attack for game.
Yeah, how deep is your bench at this point?
I feel like at this point, because again, it is two friends playing in the finals, I would just stack my Spirits to the side and be like, hey, here they are if you want to count them easier, because I know that's the thing that matters the most here. Because, you know, at the end of the day, this is Battle Spirits Saga, and we do need a battle across the battlefield to win and take our opponent's life to 0, which is coming up on an hour-long match, or however long my phone is holding out for at this point, and still in game 2.
Interesting to see how you go from the day-long exertion yesterday, fighting through 7 grueling rounds. You come back, you're all excited to do it again for day 2. And now each individual round probably feels as long and difficult as yesterday's entire expedition was. So it takes a tremendous amount of fortitude to play multiple days, multiple rounds. Battle Spirits, by no means an easy card game. I mean, so much math, so much resources,
so much on the line,
so much on the without even getting into the pressure of, yeah, what's on the line here. Just staying in this moment, keeping your head on your shoulders, and keeping your attention in the game. You don't want to make any obvious mistakes. You are playing with a friend. It's easy to kind of slip into that mindset of testing or casual, whatever, but you got to put that aside, because this is it. This is the Pro Tour. We're watching. Cameras are rolling. You know, these moments can live forever, and you want to do your best every step, and that takes a toll.
Yep, another Thorn Prison coming down just to stave off the attack from Zach's side, resting the 2 other Fabled Beast. And getting ourselves back into Blandon's turn, which I think he got a Michaela off the top, if I saw correctly. Just which again, I'd be curious to know how many Magic cards are left versus milling yourself out. Can you afford to play the Michaela this late?
Right.
Again, the back and forth counting. How many Magics do I have now? Can I even afford to play this Michaela? Is it going to be safe to play it for, you know, to 2 cards? Yep, here we go. We're counting our Magics now. That's what I was waiting for. Blandon's going to figure out exactly what cards are left in his deck that are going to be hits. You know, he knows he has 1 Ice Shield down. We have the 2 Exhaust Nixes that are burned. Yep, I guess it was right that it was Michaela off the top, because now we have to figure out what hits are left and how much we can afford to even draw off of it. So I guess like 1 Ice Shield left then? Because if we assume 1 set, 2 in the trash, I guess maybe 1 could be in his hand as well. We this entire game, we have not gotten a good look at Alex's hand, so it's really hard to play in the dark from half of it here. Or I guess that's a lie. We did get 1 good look at his hand, but that was a few turns ago, which feels like ages ago now as this game 2 is playing out. All right, so we have a Flagellum coming back online, getting that luster value. An 8K Spirit is also just very relevant as a blocker, it turns out. And here's the Michaela coming online again for 6. Well, what is left in the deck?
Yeah, that's interesting that he chose to play Flagellum first to get the extra symbol, to get the extra look.
Oh, he found him. He knew it was exactly the double exhaust Nexus left, because he counted out his magics and hits both of them. That's... No, Alex. Oh, oh no, Alex. Oh my God. He said, I'm sorry, GG, you're dead? No, let's play this out. Oh man. All right. Well, again, thankfully it is friends that are playing it out, and we know that Zach has the Dream Bomb in hand. So Alex counting his chickens before they hatch there, because we know, again, with the caster vision side of things, that no, it is late game. We have something that we can do here. And then, of course, it is going to turn off with just one Exhaust Nexus left available to Alex. Yep, so there is going to be the Dream Bomb for the immediate answer. Man, this is, I really wish this is one of those times, because of just naturally how long the game has gone. I really wish we had a deck count left here for what was on each player's side. Zach being very mindful with these Thorn Prisons, a card that's served him very well in Season 3 with his performances in Thorn Prison, just finding a way that he can attack through. And it looks like we're going to have a spirit count here to figure out what exactly is left. So as I mentioned just a few moments ago, right, if you're two friends playing, just stack your spirits on the side. You know that's what it's going to come down to here, and counting it out. So again, it's very quickly, because a lot of them are 4-ofs or 3-ofs, to figure out exactly what is left. All right, so pass back. And again, it's the wonderful game of how many Thorn Prisons have I played? How many Exhaust Nexus have I played to keep eating away at what is available to both players. But, you know, we know that this is both Dream Bombs gone now. So even a Flagellum for minus 5K is very real against a lot of the Fabled Beasts that gets stuck at 4K, it turns out. Now, as we saw in top 8, that didn't get played out, but Floodstream for an additional minus 2K can be extremely relevant here, to then be the Exhaust Nexus, which is minus 5, Floodstream on something to get that additional 2K that you need, and have the Luster take over that way. So as long as Alex has a second 5-cost spell in hand, which we're pretty sure he does, Zach getting to attack through because his Phantasmal Paradise are leveled up, giving all of his Fabled Beasts plus 2K. So we see the 6K with the guys. Nope, and just going to be another Thorn Prison. As we keep talking about how this play keeps happening time and time again. Thorn Prison in the mirror match really being the MVP here.
I mean, it's been great all weekend long, right? It's good on offense, good on defense.
Yep, so we do heal 1. So we do go back up to 5. That is nice to see. But we know that if we can just hit 6K, it's going to clear out. Or I guess I forget how big Crocodile gets now off the top of my head, because it's never usually bigger than 3K. But we know that we have Flagellum plus the Exhaust Nexus, which is going to be minus 5K. And I think that we'll get rid of the last couple threats here.
Yeah, Crocodile's a 5K at 3rd level, so...
Yep, so it's going to be exactly enough then with the Flagellum plus the last remaining Exhaust Nexus that Alex has available to him. I don't think Zach is going to have enough spirits to do the crackback. It looks like this will just be a board wipe. We see the double Exhaust Nexus in his hand, which again, he just needs a 1 because it's minus 5K. Yep, he's going to use his Flash Priority to exhaust the other attackers. The minus 5K is going to knock out all of the spirits. We are going to gain a core because it is just one instance of everything happening. And we are going to take a damage. So Zach holding on to the bitter end here, as it were.
That's been his style every time we've seen him on camera.
All right, last couple counts here. Zach just trying to make sure he counts for every out that he might have. Again, kind of an uphill board state at this point. Alex also has the ability to play it defensively if he wants to, and he's very much aware of how many spirits Zach has left. So at any point, if he's somehow in danger, Alex also has the ability to just do Exhaust Nexus from hand for -6k, stop the aggression, and just say, hey, you're out of spirits. You know, I'm not going to mill myself out. You're going to be out of Ice Shields, and that would be the end of the game too. So we'll have to see what Zach is digging for here, but it definitely is looking like Alex has taken over control of the game here in game 2, and he's up 8 game since he did win game 1. Can see if we can get a look at Zach's hand to see what options he has available to him. It looks like we did see another Cathedral, but that was about it that I was able to make out from it.
Yeah.
Also, the unholy amount of cards that both players have for how long this game has gone, plus the Cathedral triggers. So Hex can go up to 6 at best.
So Zach not even using his paradises, right? He didn't tap both of them to draw when he played the Hippo, trying to conserve the remaining cards in his deck.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, Zach should know exactly what cards he has left in deck, so he might slowly be realizing, and he may or may not have an answer out of this. Of course, Blandon has another Floodstream waiting in the corner to knock out that Hex Knight. So again, we might see another life gain here side of it, but we still have a board state from Alex that you have to wonder how many spirits Zach has left.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's get all of our Tic Tacs in one place. Let's recover our board.
Gonna need a big bowl to hold all these here.
And we are just going to see a Flagellum come across immediately. Of course, Zach has the first flash priority and a very easy to play. I guess the Floodstream works too.
Yeah.
If he skips the flash priority, gets the core draw or the core ramp from the Cathedrals, and the Floodstream, of course, just going back to hand. Oh, literally out of cores at the table, looks like. So one more core card coming into play, but no, it looks like we have a couple extra Tic Tacs that we can use on stream.
Yeah.
I think that's the first official time that we've seen running out of cores at the feature match for just how long this game has gone.
I mean, it's a testament for what these players are bringing, right? They have decks that are just designed to eke out advantage over advantage, and it can draw this game out for so long, and they can ramp so many cores, and they can just hang in there. Zachary Bell with alligator blood, as we would say from the old classic Rounders movie.
Yep. Oh, and a triple exhaust nexus that we know that he was holding on to just to clear the board. I'm not sure what the confusion there was. It wasn't during the attack step, so no Blessed Cathedral triggers, but I guess he was just saying that, you know, technically Hex Knight dies first, but not else is going on. So I think we are just going to see a pass back to Alex. I'm guessing that Zach is out of spirits and is just going to be who gets their side of things. I think both players just trying to remember where it was at and the sequencing of it. So looks like it's just going to be a pass. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. Yeah, right. Now we have a dual eagle. So I guess I wasn't commenting. I guess I was confused on whose turn it was there. God, it's been a long day. But the core card threw me off. So we're going to see a dual eagle to draw a card to see if he wants to choose the other card to draw. Yeah, it really comes down to, hey, am I able to keep this dual eagle on board now without decking myself out where you deck out first, because we're going to go up to 6 life. How many flood streams are left? How many ice shields are left, right?
Yeah.
Oh, we see the flood stream at the top of the hand immediately. Yep.
And Alex says, hey, nice spirit you had there. Ain't going to do it.
Nope, and that's it. We saw the Michaela that was left, and no idea what else was in Alex's hand, but that is going to be a 2-0 finals to Alex Blandon, your Pro Tour 3 champion. Our guy finally winning on U.S. soil and making it, you know, a big appearance at the Pro Tour. I mean, there's a place to win. you know, hey, maybe save it for Worlds, but a Pro Tour finish is definitely something to celebrate.
In a crazy sort of way. Yeah.
Yeah, crazy. Last remark, exclamation mark, crazy in the chat for your giant card giveaway.
Right. Gotta be a wave of emotions for both players, but Alex for sure feeling pretty good about what just happened there.
All right, so we have Alex Blandon, who is going to be doing a short interview. We had a very long finals match here, so we're going to try to do a quick run of it, all things considered. As a reminder, we are going to do a quick interview with Alex Blandon, your Pro Tour 3 winner, do a quick cutaway, and then do the giveaway for the giant card. So yes, this is your last opportunity to type exclamation mark crazy to enter the card giveaway before we give it up right after this interview.
Yep, so we're going to go grab Alex. We'll be right back with you in just a few short moments. Hang in there.
Greetings, Summoners. Welcome back to Pro Tour 3, talking with each of the finalists here. In it, we have our runner-up. I am joined by Zach, or Zach Attack Bella, as you might know. Again, someone who's played his heart out, not only today, but all season long and all year long for Battle Spirit Saga. So want to give you a chance here just to say hi and talk about the match. And, you know, we got to a mirror match at the end of it, and it was crazy, I gotta say.
Crazy.
But, you know, I think the big thing is, you know, let's go back to that red matchup. You know, beating through double reds to get here, to have a yellow versus yellow final. Literally nobody saw this coming. So
Certainly not us.
how happy are you to be here?
I am wild, and our deck is crazy. No, I mean, honestly, last night we basically just conceded the fact that we were all going to lose. We went to bed saying, yeah, we're all cooked. And then we just went to bed. We're like, all right, we'll just, you know, go collect the 3K. It'll be fine, but we'll do our best. And my game plan was literally just hope to draw better and hope he doesn't have Nexus removal. And somehow that actually happened. That was the only, because there's no plan. It's just hope.
Yep.
But we were really happy with our yellow pick. You know, last tournament, we wanted to play yellow for that. We've had the deck in the works for about a month, but we didn't want to overload early. We didn't want to play it before Pro Tour because we figured if we do that, we have nothing to play for Pro Tour. We had a cool deck going for Pro Tour, but it couldn't beat red. So we were just like, well, we have to save yellow. And so we scrambled for about a week to get the red deck. And that was what we played for Atlanta. And then we basically already had answers to red, which is why we played it. And so we knew that white was going to spike and we knew that red was going to spike. And purple also topped in the finals, which yellow is also good against. So we just figured it was a really good choice. The only deck that we were actually afraid of was Dongo's deck, because it actually was counter specifically curtailed to beat us. And I did actually match him, and that was a really tough one. But I really liked our yellow pick, and I'm really surprised we beat red. In general, we had a lot of tech for it, but those red decks were insane. That red deck with Machado was specifically meant to beat us, so we should not have won. That was unbelievable.
But hey, as we talked about, you know, off stream and on stream as well, just a little bit of variance gets you there, and a little bit of a, you know, the stars aligned to see this True Duelist versus True Duelist finals with a mirror match. And, you know, the half the joke was, even post sideboard, it is a 50-50, you know, sideboard. I don't know if you guys maybe changed something a little bit on the side, but when I talked to Alex about it, he's like, yep, we're just sideboarding into this package. This is exactly what we're going to do, and this is the matchup that you're going to see. So, you know, tell us a little bit about, you know, where do we go from here with the meta? We've played yellow. We've seen so much changes. You know, Purple Smag, I'm not sure if you got to see the data yet, but Purple Smag ended up being like the third most played deck of the field. Yellow Fabled Beast, because I think there was 6 or 7 of you guys that played it all today, obviously spiked that number. But we've seen a lot of development for set 3. So, you know, without giving too much away, because I know Worlds is going to have a big prize behind it as well, but where do you think the testing goes from this point forward leading into Worlds?
I think a big part is a lot of the red players that did end up in Top Cut did dodge white. So white is still very strong. I think finding a white deck that can hedge into the mirror and still beat yellow is a really good idea, which is the tough part. You're kind of doing one or the other, right? Like Matt Clark's strategy was go towards, you know, more for the mirror, and then Dongo's strategy was go for more towards yellow. So white's a really good pick. Red obviously is good as always, but of course, you know, as soon as Enterprise comes down, as soon as you're playing against white, it's really tough. All you can do is side derm and hope they don't have enough bounces. Yellow is always going to be good. I think yellow is just like time after time the color that if it hits its peak, no deck in the format can beat it. No deck can beat a good top nut yellow draw. Like there's nothing that can beat these value engines. The tough part is middling draws can lose to a lot of decks, and there were a lot of decks that can be made to counter them. So Smack deck's pretty cool. I like it. Actually, I thought that was a cool one.
It's a fun one. I think that's a lot of people. I got a lot of messages about it, so I was trying not to give too much away, but there was an alarming amount of people who messaged me about it, like, hey, give me your thoughts really quick.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, how many people are bringing this for the event. And then it ended up being the third most played deck. I'm like, all right, y'all, I get it was fun, but
Yeah.
like this is not a deck you play 1 week of testing, if that. I'm like, oh no, what happened? So
I think the biggest problem with the deck is just that you just Genbu over it. So I think my teammates played the deck a lot. I didn't play the deck, but they ran into it several times, and they said, well, hey, they don't run vanilla, so you just Genbu and they lose. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of the thing. So, I mean, if the deck can be modified to be able to deal with that, it actually has a really good matchup spread. And it's actually like a kind of really nice even kill deck that can just deal with a lot of things.
Yep.
And it just has a lot of tools. It's really cool. And I mean, I think the star of the show, there's Araone. Like, that card is absolutely wonderful. I love Araone. So I think we're seeing like Gale adapt too. Like, I really liked Emmy's list with like the red Gale. I thought that was really clever. We're seeing Nova sneak its way in, but not in too high of a number. Like, people are playing 2-ofs, which I think is really good because they're just playing like a good red core. Like, Andromeda's a wonderful spirit. That card's awesome. Meteor Emperor draws cards on attack every single time it attacks. That's great. So like, you already have your value cards. Like, you can play your Ruby Sanctuaries and then just like start with like 2 or 3 reduction if you have Canyon, and then just go, okay, pay 3 for my guy. All right, Dragonaga Assassin, cool. All right, Ascend Nova. So like, you're just drawing so many cards. I think that these builds are really cool. I loved Machado's build personally. I thought it was really cool. When we were playing against it, I thought it'd be a lot breakier than it was, but if you get those Nexus out early, the deck flows really well. So I actually continue to be impressed with just the creativity that I see. There's a lot of different people coming up with some different stuff. I think it's really cool.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see where it goes from here. Again, we've seen a lot of this kind of rotating meta time and time again where, you know, red, yellow, and green being key staples. We've seen yellow and purple coming up more recently, but kind of all goes up to 5 weeks of testing now leading into Worlds and seeing how much people are really going to, you know, think of the holiday, think of taking a little bit of time off, spend time with family. But I know as soon as January rolls in, a lot of people are going to be sweating about it and what to play at the BANDAI Card Game Fest here at the end of January. So you'll be going. I assume you're going to be going, but I have to ask. Hopefully you're going to be going.
I have to. There's no way.
I know you're probably pretty excited for that. But anything else, kind of closing thoughts on the format and kind of, you know, just the celebration of making it to the finals and being super excited about it?
Well, first off, I just want to say thanks to the team. Like, it's crazy. Daniel and I are the only 2 people who have topped 2 Pro Tours, and like, you know, big kudos to him. Obviously, he's the one who made the deck in the first place. You know, we modified it. Kudos to everybody in the team. You know, Alex came up with the Beldegor idea the night before, which was great. We talked about it for a while, but we finally put it into action, and that gave us that extra hedge against red. I mean, cumulative total, we played, God, like over 500 games of the deck. So like, really big shout out to every single person on the team. Like, absolutely great. Like, just such a pleasure to be a part of such a great group. And I just had a wonderful time playing the game with everyone. You know, thanks to everybody who came.
Yeah, that's the part I really want to stress is that is a literal number, by the way, folks. If for those that don't know how much these guys test, it is literally the hundreds of matches. And, you know, as someone who plays myself, supports locals, tries to do videos and stuff, like, no, they are playing way more than I am even. It's just like that the amount of time and dedication you put into has clearly paid off for these guys. So really quick, there's going to be hopefully have some background announcements here, but we are going to go to a short break. We're going to bring Alex on, your Pro Tour 3 champion. And then, of course, we will be doing that giveaway for the giant card that's just right here, right behind me. So stay tuned for that. But hang tight. We'll be back after a short break with your champion interview. Greetings, Summoners, and welcome back. We have your Pro Tour 3 champion, Alexander the Greatest Blandon, making his debut win on U.S. soil at the Pro Tour, no less. So, of course, everyone's got a high feeling. Probably pretty great.
I mean, I feel awesome. Like, I don't know what to say, man.
Traveling all over for Battle Spirits Saga and making sure that, you know, you've played in the UK, you went down to Chile for some events this year. You've traveled everywhere. So just talk about this year in general, right? Now you have the Pro Tour win, $25,000. Obviously going to be going to Worlds, but you're going to be joining a little bit more time off. Got the nice trophy husband.
Yes.
Oh, I guess it's cut off by the lower third just a little bit, but so the Alex Blandon tour continues is what I'm hearing with $25K in your pocket.
Yes. I mean, it feels awesome. It felt great to finally get a win on U.S. soil. That was a big one. The boys were making fun of me for a while because I didn't have a win over here. So I've got a win on 3 of the 4 continents now. I'm coming for Australia next. You better believe it. But man, yeah, I think this is event number, I want to say 15 for me now. So, I mean,
Jesus. Yeah, I guess.
I think it's 15. Yeah, I won't waste everybody's time counting them all out, but I think it's pretty close, like 14 or 15 events now. So, I mean, it just feels awesome to finally be able to get a big win like this. And that Pro Tour top had kind of eluded me, to be honest. I whiffed on the first two. I did pretty poorly. It was nice. When I got in the top, I already felt like I kind of came here to do what I did, and winning just, I mean, that was just
Cemented
great.
that. Very,
Yes,
very nice way
yes.
for you. So with that, again, going into Worlds, we kind of asked Zach the same question. Just what are your thoughts on the overall meta? We've seen kind of this shift from yellow was back going to Utrecht, which made up a large portion of the meta. Then we saw the rise of red. We saw the rise of white getting in there as well. Purple now coming up, and now we've come full circle back to just this yellow versus red meta. Kind of the set one callback almost, right? We kind of started the stream this weekend with the Pterosaurs versus white control callback, and now we have the top 8 callback of red versus yellow, a tale as old as time. And through double upsets in top 8 with yellow winning over red, we saw a yellow versus yellow finals. Tell us a little bit about, the deck itself, why you got here, and kind of how what that journey led to, other than just playing hundreds of games, as Zach let us know about.
So I'll try to keep it short, which if you've ever talked to me, is not possible. But pretty much, we had this yellow deck set up for almost a month now, and we were testing it coming up as soon as we got back from what was the last one? From England, from Liverpool. We said, okay, we've got some time off now before the last Grand Prix. Let's start setting up. And so this yellow deck, we've been cooking this up for about a month. We were originally going to play in Atlanta and do the opposite. We set the meta with yellow and we flopped to red. But this is the truth about yellow. The deck's high rolls are so egregious that even your bad matchups, like a lot of times what happens is, like, when you have a 70-30 matchup, a lot of your 30% wins are based on your opponent drawing poorly or playing poorly. But with yellow, you not only have the chance for your opponent to draw poorly, but you can just draw so exceedingly well that your opponent can't play. It creates almost like a situation with kind of like depths where, like, it's unfun to remove, especially when my Nexus costs 2 and your thing costs like 5, maybe 3 at best. It's very hard to keep up with the Nexuses. And so what we saw after testing a while was that, man, yellow was just high rolling red. Like, even in the worst, like even the most yellow red decks we made, we couldn't beat their high rolls. And we just said, you know what, this seems to be the best deck across the board. We're gonna, so I convinced them, you know what, let's save it. And everybody got on board. They said, all right, so what are we playing in Atlanta? We'll do red. So the top looked exactly like we wanted it to. A lot of white, a few reds, but it was just us. So we're like, okay, this is great. This is exactly what we want. We're going to go in there with yellow. We didn't think so many people would play Smag, to be honest. You really set the trend with that one. I mean, thank you, because that was our that was honestly one of our best matchups. I think Ryan Mataz, one of the teammates, actually played 4 of these decks, and he said, like, man, this was just like a breeze for yellow. So
yeah, we did get the I don't think any of you guys have seen it yet because it was on the stream and in some of the chats we'll share it out later, but we did get to see a breakdown because the Smag deck was played so much. We got to see the breakdown across the different decks and, okay, what is the win percentage for each of these? And you're right, Fabled Beast was up there, obviously due to its good performance by good players that we know. The Fabled Beast numbers maybe a little bit inflated, but I think we can all agree that yellow is good. But then you look at Smag and it's like, oh, let me look across, pretty good. And then like 30% against Fabled Beast. I'm like, oh no, this feels so bad. And I went 2-1 against it, right? So I felt pretty good going into it. I guess one was a 2-cost control or 2-cost aggro variant of yellow, but yeah, Curse combo does a lot, but sometimes the Genbu just takes it over. So we won't get into the full story, but now I gotta ask. I gotta put you on the spot with a very fair question. And
I knew it was coming. No, go ahead.
Which high roll is worse, Gale or yellow?
Yellows.
All right.
Yellows is worse. Yellows is much worse. I actually think going into Worlds, and I'll tune in because you'll never hear me say this like ever in my life. I might have been wrong about Gale. That's my bad. I'll admit it. I was a little wrong. There, you heard it.
We weren't going to get into all of it. I just wanted to ask the open question.
I already was going to. I might have been wrong about Gale, but I still think you have. Gale is something that I think will be a problem in the future just because the moment they have they already have one solid win condition, they get another one, and it's just like super crazy. But I won't get into that. I think yellow high rolls worse. I would like to actually see some nerfs to yellow, and I really like the meta is very good. I do like the meta right now. I do think yellow just has the ability to high roll a little too well, and I'm not asking for a lot. I'm not asking them to ban Paradise because I think the deck doesn't exist without Paradise. Even something as simple as Dual Eagle, I think that tones the deck down just enough that it's not like just crazy out of control like it is right now. You still have two blessed guys in the form of the Crocodile and the Hippo.
Yep,
So
okay,
I think Dual Eagle would be an interesting shakeup. The other one could be Blessed Cathedral, but I think that hurts the deck a little too much. But the problem is that the matchups that Paradise isn't good against, Blessed Cathedral is. So like the decks that have to do combat, great example is a Smag deck. It's just oppressive. Like they can't do anything because they have no defense. So they're forced to just block you hardcore and just like you draw, ramp,
pray for Forest Guardian to tap down how many attacks they get per turn.
Yeah.
And switch it to be offensive too.
And I played Jesse on stream too, and I said, yeah, like the only card I care about in your deck is Forest Guardian. He's the only thing that matters. I side in the 4th Flood stream, and I just kill the Guardian anytime it pops up, pretty much. So I think that yellow is the strongest deck, and I think that the only real good counter to it is red right now.
Yep.
And the problem is that like it can still just high roll through its bad matchups, as we saw in this this top cut. Like Zach had to beat 2 red decks, and we both had to beat 2 what I feel was impossible. Like I played Machado in Swiss yesterday, and he destroyed me. I mean, it wasn't even close.
His list is crazy. I really did love his list.
Yes, I'm glad. It was nice to see Machado and Duvall bring something kind of unique in, and especially since these guys, Machado plays a lot, but Duvall, he's a very good DBS player.
I brought it up multiple times, so I got to do it one more time with my notes I have over here on the side. Back-to-back national champions, twice to Worlds, and also recently won a Treasure Cup in Miami for One Piece. This guy is on fire for card games, for real.
I believe he won Worlds too, actually. He actually won the first DBS, or second
yes.
DBS Worlds. So this guy is like, I tell everybody, and I don't know this guy super well personally, but anytime one of my friends pairs in this guy, say, this is like the best Bandai card game player. He is good. Now, he doesn't play Battle Spirits a lot, but man, he's a great card player. So shout out to him.
Needs to start playing more, I guess, for 3K in his pocket. After
that. Machado too. I mean, a great opponent, great guy, big fan of George Machado. So
last thoughts here before we close it out, right? You know, you touched on yellow a little bit. Maybe it's unbanning Volcanic Break, but what would be a nice summary of kind of changes you'd like to see to the format? I know it's probably not going to happen, but we got some times before Worlds. Wouldn't be nice to see a little bit of a shakeup, but what do you think you would kind of change off the top of your head?
So in my head, without getting too deep in the matchups, like I said, I think Dual Eagle maybe needs a hit. You can make red a little bit better versus yellow by bringing Volcanic Break back, and I'm in the middle. Should it have Volcanic Break back? Should it not? It's something I don't test for design balance. So that's not that's for someone way above.
It's not your job, right?
Yeah, it's not my job. So I can't say specifically if I think that's what that will do to the format. I do think that red has a very natural weakness in the form of white, and it's very hard to counter it without the presence of Giganorex. I think Giganorex was a big counter, and even now, even if you have Giganorex back, I think Sheriff Eagle does such a good job of kind of keeping it in check that without Volcanic Break, you don't have a real way to kill it. So there are some checks and balances there, but I'd like to see yellow tune down a little bit. I'd really just like the Gale Nexus to be errated. I just don't think this deck is like, all things aside, I might have been wrong, but like nobody wants
a later problem.
Yeah,
sure that's going to come up.
I think that it's still unfun to play against. It's really unfun to play against like just Nexus, a billion cores, die to 10 drop. I don't think that's good for new player experience, and we're trying to get new people in the game. So I think it's a bad new player experience deck to lose to something like that, but maybe that's a future problem. And then finally, I think that, Thorn Prisoner Floodstream probably has to go, and I don't think these cards are ban-worthy in and of themselves, but you've created a game now where there are too many must-play cards. Like, you have to play Floodstream, you have to play Thorn Prison, you have to play Ice Shield. Like, you've now... a problem I see, and maybe it's a design philosophy difference between me and Bandai, is that your spells in your deck now are just all the best spells. Like, your creatures are still just, and Nexuses are still things in color, but your spells are just, because they're instant speed and the way you pay mana, if you've ever played Magic, you know how good that is. You just play all the best spells in a deck, and I think that's, there needs to be more incentive to play things in color right now, I think is a big thing. So I don't like what Floodstream does to the game. I think something like Floodstream should exist, but I think Floodstream's a little overtuned in the same way that Ice Shield is a little overtuned. Thorn Prison too. I think these cards, there's just too many you don't play the game cards now, and I would like to see some of those toned down a bit. So not Ice Shield. Ice Shield has to exist, but I think Thorn Prison or Floodstream could maybe take a break. Maybe they want to do limits to 1. I hate them, but maybe they put it to 1. Like,
Right.
I don't agree, but I like to see something done about those. So.
All right. Well, once again, congrats. You are the Pro Tour champion here at 3 in Portland. $25,000 bragging rights, the uncut sheet, lots of good stuff to look forward to. The Worlds invite. Obviously, you're going to be going to Worlds. We all know you're going to be going to Worlds, but maybe run back another win there. But we do need to sign off on this stream. So give us a quick moment. We're going to be right back to give away the Cthulhu Shark card, which again, right here behind me. I think it's already closed away because we got some names to be pulled. So give us a quick moment. We'll be swapping out, bring Ryan back, and then do the sign off and the giveaway. So hang tight. You must be present to win, and we'll be right back.